Hello, how's it going? Um, this is actually a bit of a test. I decided to also try to stream this to Twitch at the same time. And so I'm not even sure if it's going to work. We will see. Um, I'm just trying to, yeah. Okay. Yeah, it was just kind of an experiment with Twitch. There are, I have like no followers on Twitch, so it's fine. It's a good technical test. Um, and I try to get some overlays for Twitch chat because I only had a way to overlay it with with YouTube chat. And hi Amanda, welcome. Hi Wiley Site. It's been a while. It's been minutes. um, so yeah. This is going to be a bit of an experiment. I have both Seestars on the same network at the same time. I had problems doing that, as you probably remember, mostly because the native app sometimes would get confused as to which one it was connecting to. But excuse me. But what I ended up doing is last week, and I had done automation. I had set up the Seestar ALP server pointing at one of the Seestars, but now I actually have it pointing at both of them. And I had written, and Wiley Site had helped kind of add some functionality to it and fix some bugs and stuff. But there's a web front end now, which I also showed last week. And we had a Google Meet yesterday evening where I kind of demoed it again. So I had linked in the community, a community post to that video. Anyway, so I made a bunch of changes since yesterday. And let me get my screens. Oh, hold on a second. It always happens that like one of the things I end up running ends up crashing. So please bear with me while I restart that. But did I start it? But yeah, it's I was spending much of this afternoon actually on the on coding, which you know what the problem is. I'll fix that in a moment, but I won't be able to do it from the button right now, but that's okay. I'll get to that. I'll get to that in a moment. But I can switch it in this other app. Okay, so computer computer picture in picture. There we go. Nope, wrong one. Why is that called computer? Oh, maybe I'll just go to the kind of, oh, I don't have, oops. Let me just switch back to the primary view while I sort this out. Basically, what I had done is I had I'd made changes to the Seestar or to that front end to be able to support multiple devices, multiple Seestars at once. Let me switch to this camera right here. Okay. Just bear with me for a second. Oh. Anyway, I confused myself. Never mind. False alarm. Let me go back to the primary. And this is what happens when I'm working on other things before the stream. So, okay. Where did my... Oh, right. There we go. Anyway, okay, back to this. So, anyway, I confused myself. So if you look at, I have two Seestars going. One, there's an overview page now, but they have separate schedulers, and I was thinking ideally it would be nice where you could just give it like if you had more than one Seestar, you could just come up with like a long list of things you want to kind of image for the night, and then it would kind of go off and do it. But then that would be kind of tricky. And right now the schedulers are per device, per telescope. So that's not really feasible or not straightforward, I should say. But I did add kind of this overview screen so you can see both of them. They have different focal positions, different compass directions, different temperatures. See, I wonder, well, no, now they're kind of normalized. At one point earlier, one of the temperature sensors was was more than 10 degrees Celsius different from the other, but now they're both outside and they're both on power. And so I guess I guess it's fine. And as you saw earlier, we have the overview kind of as usual. So now, so my Twitch channel is, I don't want to lead you to the wrong one. It is, I think, Air142. Let me see. Yeah, Air142. Because usually I prefer doing Air1, but sometimes Air1 is taken, and so I end up taking Air142. I actually have Air142 on YouTube, but I also have another channel, Air1, but I haven't posted anything there recently, and it's very infrequent. So that's why this channel is. Sometimes you'll see random Air1 because it was my kind of random channel before I decided to just stick with astronomy. The other stuff isn't the other channels aren't that interesting, but or the other channel. But yeah, Air142. So now I just need to, since like I was saying, I was busy coding, I need to figure out what we're looking at, what I'm going to image tonight. And I'm going to try to do all of it through the web interface. And if it breaks, I might even try to fix it live, because that's sometimes what I do. And I do have as a backup, at least one of the Seestars is hooked up. I haven't plugged my phone into the other input to so I can bring it up on screen, but I might do that later depending on how things go. But you can see, it's kind of pointing at a random space, random point in the sky. It's just, I kind of slewed it up and put the dew filter on, mostly for light blocking purposes. You can see there is a lot of ambient light. I think we've shut off most lights in the house, but down in the room that's like right near where these telescopes are set up, but I think there's obviously some light. And the thermal image is kind of interesting because you can see both telescopes, but the leg itself is warm. And I'm not sure why. Maybe it's just because it's closer to ambient temperature, whereas the sky is cooler. Not sure. But, so let's figure out what we're going to image. Now, like I was saying earlier, Wiley Sight has been working pretty quite a bit on the front end as well, and I know he has like half a dozen or more targets already queued up on his Seestar. But I think what I'm gonna do just to start off with. So it's 9:45. Actually, before I do anything, I forgot. There's one important step I need to do. I need to align the telescope because it hasn't been aligned yet. So I'm going to start with this one. So I'm going to have to, okay, that's not too high in the sky. So I'm going to have to get the other one online, bring up the app for the other one. So we'll, while it's kind of going to the new site or new point, you can see, you should be able to start seeing it in the image. Yeah, I was just checking to make sure the all sky camera was almost out of space because I turned off auto updating or auto cleaning of the history, and then I realized it was almost full, so I went and I went and turned it back on, auto deletion, but it was low last time I looked at it, so hopefully it won't run out of space. So I'm bringing up, I had actually, okay, good. It's still connected. I actually have the phone plugged into or connected to it's actually connected to the other Seestar, so you can see both of them are connected, and it looks like this one successfully connected. Let's see if the image loading is a bit slow. I still need to do something about that, unfortunately. So I'm going to start the other one pointing at the same target just to get that aligned. One of the things I was looking at with the web interface that that we were working on is trying to get, basically, if you're somewhere where you want to control multiple Seestars and like the app would be a little bit involved, I'm trying to get it where we can have a live view onto the telescope. But it's still haven't figured out some of the details of that. I have a couple of leads on what to use, but this is taking a while. The other one is aligning itself. Yeah, and I see the telescope, but they've moved. Their positions have moved in the sky a little bit. But once this is aligned, I want to, yeah, okay, this is centered. So I'm going to start a recording of these, or take a photo just so it can do the horizontal calibration. And then once that's done, we're off to the races, as it were. Yeah, so let me check on some things. Yeah, okay. So, meanwhile, while I'm waiting for both of them to figure out things, I'm going to try to get my little switcher running so I'm not fumbling around as much. Horizontal calibration failed, of course. Odds are bets that this other one will succeed, because that's been what's happening. The one in the center has been succeeding, whereas the other one has been failing, the first calibration. So yeah, it's kind of weird. Oops. I think I'm gonna real quick just trying to fix. Okay, 161. Oops, 161. And but yeah, it's always kind of frustrating when one of these things doesn't. Yeah, okay, the IP address of my laptop changed, and of course that broke. But now I'm back, so I can switch without having to mess with my computer. So I'm going to start the horizontal calibration on this one, and we'll see if it actually works. Because like I say, that's been kind of the MO. It's still doing the image enhancing on this one, and once that's done, definitely will be ready to go. Okay, first calibration point. And I mean, there shouldn't be any obstructions unless it's pointing somewhere. Yeah, there shouldn't be any obstructions that direction. So I'm not sure why. Oh, see, look, it's already moving to the third calibration point. For whatever reason, the telescope that's on screen, this one always seems to have an issue with the calibration. On the upward looking view, it's actually the one on the left, or the one on the right is the one that actually has the issues, like the image with the thermal camera. But yeah, it looks like that succeeded. So camera, so telescope, the this one is telescope B. Yeah, horizontal calibration succeeded. I have no idea like why one works and the other doesn't. And they're all kind of balanced approximately the same, but it's just very consistent. So that's good. So this is gone. This is gone for a minute, so I'll stop that. And I can go, I'm going to go to, while that one is kind of enhancing, I'm going to go back to that computer and figure out what to queue up for the evening. Now I don't know if I want to do like a one-shot image, like basically this image and Mosaic and this live doesn't do anything, this thing, but image and Mosaic, basically you plug in coordinates, plug in a name, and you hit submit, and it goes ahead and it runs it immediately. So in the case of image, it's actually a Mosaic, a 1x1 Mosaic under the hood, and it just goes ahead and starts running it. And then Mosaic runs immediately. But if you want to schedule it, it's under schedule. I think at some point we might kind of clean that up. Yeah. Yeah, it's really very strange. I mean, it looked like the star was kind of in the field for both of them. So, but yeah, maybe they're pointing to something slightly different, but the elevation should be high enough that there shouldn't be any obstruction. So I don't know what it's doing, but it's very consistently the same one succeeds and the same one fails on the first calibration. So let me check. I actually have a list here. Wiley site had mentioned, I think it's that, I'm kind of curious when M22 is going to be visible. That's another globular, and yeah, that's not going to be up for, that's not actually, when will that even, oh yeah, that's not going to be up until past 1 in the morning for me, unfortunately. So let's look at what we've got now, what we're up against now. Yeah, I should next time I'll do that. And maybe I'll even swap the mounts just to see if maybe it's some idiosyncrasy with the mount. Like maybe one of the mounts has too much play in it or something. So let's see. Theoretically, the gumball, actually what I want to do is I want to switch off these coordinates and go back to the coordinates I had, or I should say the ones, the non-decimal ones. No. Was it tools? Decimal degrees. Okay. I'm going to shut that off for now. Because I had added some logic to basically only take decimal degrees in the web interface, but that ended up being kind of problematic because the underlying code that actually does the automation can take different formats. So I just went ahead and shut it off. Yeah, the Sagittarius globulars. So yeah, those globular clusters are more kind of in the heart of or towards the center of the in Sagittarius, which is where the center of the Milky Way is located. So I maybe I'll do it some other day, but I don't think I'll do it tonight. I still haven't. Wiley Site has run multi-hour schedules that have gone until sunrise, but I haven't yet to do that. Mostly, mostly because of environmental concerns that, like rain and other things that seem to happen with no warning. Yeah, visible later in the summer. They'll be. So I'll try again, maybe in a couple of months, because in a couple of months it'll be an hour or more earlier in the sky. So let me see. So it looks like the gumball globular should be visible for me, and maybe I'll just go ahead and do kind of my default. How high is that one? Yeah, that's not too high. Or maybe I'll do the rows. Maybe I'll do the rows in the gumball. Why not? So I'll just do those as kind of one shot, non-mosaics. And it should be better tonight. I mean, the seeing conditions aren't great, but at least the moon isn't interfering, or for a bit, so that'll be good. Actually, what I need to do is, let me do this. Swap it. There we go. I'm going to have too much on the screen at once, but that's okay. So A is the one that's aligned. Oh, let me stop A. A's the phone one. That's this one. So I'm going to stop that. And off screen, I'm just going to go ahead and enter M12. I'm doing it as a non-mosaic. And it says it is at 16 hours, 47 minutes, 15.39 seconds for right ascension. Oh, yeah, August. Yeah, in August, I think. Yeah, that seems reasonable. Actually, this is a question for Wiley Site. What was the question? What was I going to ask? Oh, have you been scheduling yours? So there's two different coordinate systems. There's J2000 and J now, which kind of takes into account the precession of the Earth. Do you usually schedule yours as J2000 or J now? Because I think I've been doing both, which might be one of the reasons why I'm having issues. Or maybe not. Oh, you've been doing J2000? Yeah, I I cheated and I went and looked at the schedule I had of yours that I demoed yesterday on that. Yeah, you said J2000. So I'm going to go ahead and do J2000. So, okay. So the Seestar converts to J now. That makes sense. Because J2000 is basically a coordinate system um, relative to the year 2000, whereas J now is the current coordinate system. And it only makes a difference because Earth is very slowly precessing. And so we're over 20,000 years. So it's not a fast thing, but it's enough to kind of change the coordinates by a little bit every year, which, so you'll see the coordinates in different, oops, as I completely mess up. Wait, right ascension. Okay, I think I somehow messed that up. Okay, that's fine. 1 degree, oh, it's -1 degree. -1 degree, 56 minutes, and 53.8 seconds. So 156, 30, 53.8, 1647, 1539. And I'll do, how many minutes do we want to do this for? I'll do it for, this is M12. So M12 is, it's going to be visible for a while. So I'm going to do maybe half an hour to start with. And I don't need light pollution filter. And so you can see what I've entered. I have M12 set. These are the coordinates I copied from over here in Stellarium, and J2000. Yes, I forgot to check that. 1880, so half an hour. So we're about to find out if all the code changes I made right before the stream actually work. So hopefully they do. So this is going to be on the 1 Seestar. Oh, oh, that's beautiful. Let me look at the logs. Oh, what? You know what happened, Wiley site, because I didn't merge your code in. It still has the old logic where it tries to convert it to a float. So let me fix that. So you can see right here, I'm live fixing the code just because, why not? So I'm gonna delete that, and delete that, hide that, restart the API. So yeah, little did you know, not only is it live observing, but live code fixing. Okay, so it's up and running. Hi, Professor. Yeah, live coding stream. Yeah, why not mix it up a little bit? So let me reload. Continue. Successful. Okay, it's scheduled it. Overlap. Okay, that all looks good. Now the scheduler is stopped. So I'm going to go ahead and start the scheduler. And then I'm going to switch to the the view of the phone view. And so we'll, even though this isn't controlling it at all, I mean, the phone isn't controlling it. It's still watching what's going on. So hopefully we'll start moving. Oh yeah, you can already see it's now centered on M13. So that agrees with where it was supposed to be. Nice. Nice. And plate solve succeeded. I'm looking at these log entries. Let me switch to the view. Actually, does this switch to the view? No, this doesn't switch to the right view. This switches to the view. So you can actually see these logs here, where it was kind of, the back end was kind of pointing at the target, and plate solving, which basically means it's trying to figure out where it is, and it succeeded. And yeah. Now will we see the globular? The other thing I wasn't sure if this would succeed is I wasn't sure if the target was obstructed. Well, it looks like it's a little off center, but it is starting to. I'm just looking at the phone up close. I should just pick it up. It says it's up to 20 seconds, but it looks like the globular is to the left, so I think I was a little off on the coordinates. It did say. Did it say it was? Yeah, it submitted it as J2000. So not 100% sure why that was, but I just have all kinds of challenges at this environment. Let me set this down, and maybe the image will finally load. Well, so that's one of the scopes. So let's go. It at least seems like it's approximately the right area. So I'm going to switch back to the computer view, and this is just, it's taking a while. That's another reason why I want to try to figure out what it's using when it kind of shows you the live view, because sometimes it's a bit slow, and I don't think it's transferring that much data, but although maybe, yeah, I don't know. Anywho, so we've got M12 going, and now I was going to do the rows cluster for the next target, and that is M5. So let me go to M5, and I'll do this one quicker, and I'll do this on the other one, which should not fail. The J2000 you have a 1647 14. I was using, it uses 15, but that's only like an arc second off, so that shouldn't have been a problem. And then minus 156. Yeah. So I mean that's within an arc second or so of what I entered, so it shouldn't be drastically off. But we'll see once it finally loads. It hasn't loaded yet. So in the meantime, I'm going to do the rows cluster. And I'm not going to do its schedules. I'm doing kind of a one-shot one. M5. No, was it M5? Yeah, M5. And that one is 15 hours, 18 minutes, 34.12 seconds. And, oh, not Mosaic, I'm doing an image, which is basically the same. It's just I don't have to enter the panels. Hours, 15 minutes, 34.12 seconds, and 2 degrees, not 2 E's, 2 degrees, 4 minutes, 53.4 seconds. Use J2000. I'll do 20 minutes on this one, so 1200 seconds. 80 gain, and no light pollution. Actually, I think I might, should I try autofocusing it? Do I want to live dangerously? No, I'll skip it. So let me double check the numbers. 15 is 18, 34.12, and 2 degrees, 4 minutes, 53.4 seconds. J2000, 20 minutes. And I can bring up this view. I'll change it to here. It's funny watching the Seestar field of view and then seeing the trail. That is interesting. So one thing that so Wiley Sight is using, so the Seestar automation, if you install on the ASCOM drivers on Windows, then you can have Stellarium pointing at that, and then you can see on your screen on Stellarium where the telescope or telescopes are pointing, which is super cool. Unfortunately, there might be a way to do it on the Mac, but it wasn't a straightforward way. However, there's another standard called INDI, and someone has come out with, someone just got, like yesterday, some code merged that supports the INDI driver, which Stellarium on the Mac will support, but I haven't. I started looking at it earlier today, and I ended up stopping. So hopefully next live stream, maybe not. Well, if I do another one this weekend, it won't be this weekend, but maybe by next weekend, I'll get that running. So then I won't even need to bring like these apps up at all. I'll just be able to have Stellarium. Well, it won't show me the live view, but it'll at least show kind of where the telescopes are pointing in the sky, or like if I have them both pointed at the same target, you could tell because it labels kind of the overlay. So that's and what Wiley Sight was saying, he has it where he can see where, well, or like he's looking at a target in Stellarium, and he can see satellites going through the field of view virtually, but then he sees, the image getting kind of messed up. All right, so let's go ahead and submit this, and we should start seeing. So that is submitted, and we should now start seeing this thing moving. This one. And, oh, I haven't started the scheduler. So let me start the scheduler. And it should immediately start moving, and it did. So the red is showing where it's wanting to go, and the blue is showing where it thinks it is. Yeah, so now that's aligning. Yeah, the Seestar live stack should really exclude those frames, the ones with like satellites. But unfortunately it doesn't. So this is starting to image, or it's tweaking the alignment. That's interesting. But then once that's done, okay, and it's in the frame of view, so it probably is going to try the horizontal calibration now. Yep, and hopefully this will succeed. If it doesn't, then it'll try again the next time. So you can go to the live view of the and actually, so it was strange, the other Seestar I thought was pointing at I thought it was pointing, I thought the globular cluster was on the left, but it was having a hard time updating, but it actually was slightly to the right of center. So that's actually okay. That's fine. It's not as off to the side as it appeared that it was. So So that's good. Yeah, and so auto centering, did this actually succeed? That's the question. It's returning to the origin. Let me move this off screen. Auto centering. So this is auto centering now. And yeah, I mean, like I was saying, the only reason I even have the apps up is just to view the live stack. But everything else is being controlled from the back end. So theoretically, I could have just queued up all these things and like Wiley site, and we could have just talked all evening. So that's starting to image now. And will the first frame succeed? Or will it fail on the first frame? I mean, there is no moon, but it's definitely hazier, a little hazy. Oh, there we go. That's interesting. It kind of ended up in the center. Yeah, so that looks like it was close to, not quite spot on, but pretty good, pretty reasonable. So yeah. The actually, let me pull that up so you can see. Yeah, the plate solve succeeded, and then plate solve. So yeah, so that all is good. And so now it's not doing a mosaic, it's just doing a single frame thing. And yeah, console log that is. That's so those are running. And the one I have set for 30 minutes, and it's been running for, yeah, like probably 10 minutes. And then the other one I have set for 20 minutes, and it's been running a few minutes. So I'm going to take a sip of water. Actually, I'm going to take a sip of this Gatorade. This is not brought to you by Gatorade. So I'm going to talking, I end up with my throat a little raspy. So yeah, so this is moving on. So I can start looking at for the next target. Let's see. I haven't actually tried this, but I'm going to go ahead. This one that's on M12. Wait, so this is M5. This is M12. For the one that's pointing at M12, I'm going to go ahead and do M10 just because. But I'm going to do it through the schedule page. So hopefully this won't break everything. So I'm going to do M10. And it's 16 hours, 57 minutes, 10.28 seconds, minus 4 degrees, 6 minutes, 0.5 seconds, 16 hours, 57 minutes, 10.58 seconds, minus 4 degrees, 6 minutes, 0.5 seconds, use J2000, total exposure time. I'll also do that for 30 minutes. And gain of 80. No light pollution filter, and I'll go ahead and see if this actually works. Oh man. So it doesn't let you add to the schedule when the scheduler's running. Dang it. So I'll have to wait until that's over. And maybe for the next, so this will be done in at some point. And when it's done, maybe I'll go ahead and schedule more than one thing. Especially with like this one, the M10 one. So let me start building up a list of what to do, what next. And then we can kind of build out the schedule and let it run maybe even. Okay. Oops. Hello, Jacob. Thanks. Welcome. We've got a couple of Seestars going right now. Running through the Seestar, the third-party scheduler that a few of us are using. Yeah, Wiley Site's been thinking of setting up a Messier marathon with the scheduler. That would be pretty cool. Yeah, I might do something like that. I think with two Seestars, it's definitely it should be fairly easy, I think. Famous last words. There are some people I know that did most of the Messier marathon, or maybe all of it. It's basically one with like a window in the spring about a month long, where all of the Messier objects, the original 110 or something, are all visible in one night, or potentially visible in one night if you are up all night. Yeah, I have an advantage of basically, yeah, doubling up on the telescopes. Yeah, so March, April. So it's what people do is, they pick the one or two. There's one or two dates that correspond to new moons when you don't have to deal with the moon all night long, and then they kind of there's like an order to it, where they are in the sky, and so you just kind of go through them one by one. Should be relatively straightforward. I mean, so long as you get all the coordinates entered, and I don't know if so Wiley Site he's on some of the same Discord servers that I am, but I don't know if he had seen it, but I saw some people were asking about kind of having like, so going back to the web interface here, it's it's fairly straightforward. I mean, it's just kind of asking for coordinates, and it asks for coordinates, and yeah, you just give it a name, enter coordinates, how long you want to take the exposure, and what the gain is, and you hit go. But what I did is there's the easier thing and then the more involved thing. The easier thing is I've started working on, I mean, besides being able to support both telescopes, or more than one telescope, because the original version that's checked in to the main repository only supports one telescope, just the first one. So this will get checked in hopefully in the next day or two, and then you'll be able to support multiple telescopes through this interface. But it's kind of tedious to be able to, like, you see what I'm doing is I look up the coordinates and then I copy them into the app. Well, or into the web interface. I started adding the ability to look up objects. I haven't hooked it up to the front end, but I have the back end working where you could type like M1 or M10 and it'll basically return these numbers, the right ascension and declination, the coordinates in the sky. And so that would definitely make things a lot easier. But one of the other things people, or a few people, have been talking about and asking for is the ability to kind of do better management of kind of a night's session. So like it's very kind of manual. You enter the coordinates and submit, kind of queue up things. But it would be nice if it was kind of easier to do that. One thing, like for example, I was doing the North American Nebula last weekend, and I was doing an actual mosaic, not just a single shot photo. And I want to do it over multiple nights, which requires me to enter the same coordinates night after night, which is fine, but it's error prone. And so what I was thinking I'll do is, so there's a couple of things. One is I've thought of kind of a way of, if there's certain targets that you go to over and over again, or like the most recent 5 targets, have it kind of save those somehow, like in the browser memory or something, so that it kind of can auto-complete it. And so if you're re-entering, like for me, the North American Nebula, it's 5 nights in a row, I can just easily do that. The other thing that people were talking about or asking is, well, maybe you can just kind of save it out. You create the schedule, save it out, and then you could load it back in. So then you can have the same thing over several nights. And I like that idea too. But then someone asked me today about being able to load it in, to use a spreadsheet. And I'm like, well, that's interesting. Because like if you enter it into a spreadsheet, you can have the coordinates, you can set it up all ahead of time. And then you can just kind of load it up, or you can copy and paste rows out of it more easily. Or like a CSV format of some sort. I think Wiley was talking about that too. Basically just have a file. And maybe that's the way it ends up saving it out, especially if we had the ability to look up the targets. And actually that would be an interesting thing. If you could just give it the list of targets, and then if we had the ability to edit the schedule, that would be nice. But if you could like basically enter like, M1, M3, 2, M3, not that you would do those in that order, but then it would like look up the coordinates and fill it out, so that you could really do a Messier marathon very quickly, where you could just, you could set it up ahead of time very quickly. You just type in the Messier objects in the order they need to be in, and then it figures out the coordinates for you, generates the kind of the outline of the schedule, and then you just maybe have it. Yeah. But we have until spring to figure out the workflow. We'll get it done before then, but because, yeah, it's theoretically, if we do it depending on how we do it, it wouldn't be that complicated. And I think it would bring a lot of value where people could have their Seestars and do things like schedule out an entire evening of observing, and they only need to have this one package, the Seestar ALP, along with this web interface. And then they can, I think that would be very powerful and also very useful. I know I'd use it a lot more. Yeah. Yeah, Seestar ALP isn't that old itself. It's on the order of low number of months. And the web interface is literally started last weekend. So it's progressed, and there's several people on the Discord server who are eager to contribute. So I have a feeling it might even speed up if I can just stop churning the code base with these massive changes. Hopefully this one's the last one, the getting multi-telescope, because that was kind of invasive, because unfortunately I kind of did the initial code to just hard code telescope 1, and then to put the telescope in the URL, and anyway, it's web stuff. Okay, so let me go back to my list. So I have on this one, so on telescope A, I'm just writing this in a text file off screen. So A, I have M12. And on this one, I have M5. And I want to do, on the one with M12, I want to do M10 next. So that'll be as soon as that schedule's done. So I'm just trying to get a little bit ahead of things. And now there's things over here I want to be imaging. Like I want to do the North American Nebula. But see, already the North American Nebula is almost clear of that building. Within an hour, it'll be completely clear. So what I can do is maybe schedule some time with the Crescent Nebula, because that should be already clear. So which one of the two do I want to go have point at that? I think, yeah, it's fine, because Seestar B, I have very original names. The first one I got is Seestar A, and the second one I got is Seestar B. This one is the OG Seestar of mine, and then this is the second one that I got. So this one has a little bit more clearance with a horizon, and so I mean to the north, because it's up a little bit higher. So I think this one would be definitely a good candidate to go to the Crescent Nebula, which is NGC 6888. So I will do that one next on that particular Seestar, and then maybe I'll do that for half an hour, and then I think that one actually, let me look. I forgot. I may have made a slight, oh, that's coming along nicely. I may have made a slight, oh, actually. So here's a funny thing. I had brought up the Seestar app because I wanted to see how much disk space is free. And then before I even got there, I was like, oh, I can just look it up in the web interface. So this one has 16 gig, which isn't bad. And then this one has 19 gig. I need to clear them off, but okay. I just wanted to make sure that before I started anything too massive. I like that Seestar, Kirk, and Picard. Yeah. Yeah, why not? Yeah, that would be interesting. I mean, yeah, I could come up with some name, but for better or worse, I just did A and B. So let me go back to get this one on the scheduler, Mosaic. So this will be ready. Okay. So let me go back. So we'll do Crescent, and then we'll do North American. And I think I'll do that because the problem I've been running into is this obstruction right here is not, that this line isn't accurate. So I'm going to change this to be maybe so yeah, so they'll be fine. So if I wait until, oh, and the veil will start being visible. So let me go ahead and then at that point, I will, and maybe I'll do what, what Wiley site does, and I'll actually schedule delays where that way if it fails for whatever reason, it won't immediately start the new one. You can say, okay, this one will run at 11 p.m. and then this other one will run at 11:30. So if the 11 p.m. one fails, it doesn't immediately go to the next target. So I'll probably do that. Let me see where. So that'll be, it's NGC 7000 will be then, and I'm going to actually do a Mosaic for that one, and that I probably will let run like after the live stream ends. I'll do another. Actually, what do I want to do with that one? Because I've been doing 2x2 panels, but I think I want to do a 3x3 panel. And I don't want to do an hour per panel. If I do 15 minutes per panel, maybe I'll do 15 minutes per panel. It's not a lot, but I'll do it over, maybe I'll do it tonight and tomorrow night. And then between the two, get enough. So that will take care of this one until late. I guess then maybe afterwards I could start the veil, perhaps. Maybe. I know Wiley Site's been doing that one a lot, and has been getting some really good results. Actually, he did the East Veil and the West Veil. Maybe. Yeah. So I've got so on the A one we have M12 in progress. M10 will be afterwards. Oh, actually, I think, let me check the logs. I think, speaking of which, I think this one has finished. M12. Yeah, see, look, finished M12. Mosaic stop. So M12 is done. So now I was going to do M10. Westvale was disappointing, very washed out. So I want to get a little more data. Yeah, I mean, that's how it goes. Sometimes it's just more data is better. So M10 on this one. And as soon as, basically I want to kind of get a couple of targets sorted out with this one. So I'm going to do M10. So I did M12. I'm going to do M10. I'll do that for 20 minutes. And then what do I want to do afterwards? So 20 minutes then, so say it'll be around 11. It'll be done. And M92, that's not too high in the sky. I could try doing M92, just kind of globular, M92 globular. Let's see what else there might be worth looking at. We have, what else? Do I want to do the veil? I'm not sure if I want to. There's this one, angelfish cluster. That sounds interesting. But that is not going to be visible yet. M56 would be visible though. And I don't think I've imaged that. M14 would be visible. I haven't done that. So I'll do M14 then. I'll do M14. So I'm not going to do M92. I'll do M14 first. And what's this one? Blue racquetball. NGC. I'm going to... Wiley Site's been going through the Mosaic catalog, and I think I'm behind on that, so I need to look at a few. So then maybe I can go to M56, which is a globular. That should be, so that's 3, and maybe I'll do 15 minutes, 20 minutes for each, just so it's not going. So that'll be an hour for those 3. Yeah, maybe I'll just start with that. I'll start with that. So we'll start with, so I'm going to enter this into the schedule. What am I looking for? I'm like, okay, so this. So M12 finished, and so I'm going to clear the schedule. The scheduler is stopped, and I'm going to do these as individual images. So M10, 16 hour, 57 minutes, 10.28 seconds, -4 degrees, 6 minutes, 0.005. The coordinates looked very familiar, but then I remembered, oh right, I tried to enter this, but the scheduler was running, so it didn't work. So I will do this for only 1200 seconds, 20 minutes, and submit, and then let's, yeah, maybe I'll just go ahead and not schedule them by time, and since we're watching it, we can just watch it fail if it doesn't work. So M14. Okay. And M14. And 17 hours, 37 minutes, 37.46 seconds, -3 degrees, 14 minutes, 44.4 seconds. Oh, shoot. I didn't pick J2000. Now in practice, it's off by an arc minute. Do I care about an arc minute? I don't think I care about an arc minute, because the moon is like on the order of, I mean, half a degree, 30 arc minutes. So if it's off by 1 arc minute, I'm not going to worry about that. I just need to make sure I always check J2000 so it's more accurate. So 13, 3, -3, 14, 44.4, 17, 37, 37.46. And we'll do again 1200 seconds. Yeah, maybe if I have some kind of ability to some workflow stuff, maybe that'll be the demo for next weekend. No light pollution, so that is M14. And so image, and let's go to I'm going to do M56. So we'll get 3 different globular clusters queued up. And as you can see, this is where having it, the web interface do the lookups, but also kind of being able to kind of more easily enter multiple targets. So M56, and really this target name you can set to anything. I could call it, Joe. 19 hours, 16 minutes, 37.09 seconds, 30 degrees, 10 minutes, 59.5 seconds. So 19, 16, 37, 30, 10, 59.5, use day 2000, do another 1200 seconds, 80. So now I will have 3 globular clusters queued up. One of them I didn't do J2000. This is the one that's on my phone. So I am going to switch to the phone view, and I hit toggle scheduler, so it should almost immediately start moving. Yep, and there it did. Wow, maybe that is more of a difference than I had expected. Oh well. I'll have an off-center M10. Or not M10. Yeah, M10. Let me go look at, I'm kind of curious. What is in that same frame? What's in the same field of view of M10? M10. Wait. Wait a second. Oh, sorry. It auto-completed M104, which is completely the wrong object. It's a galaxy, the Sombrero Galaxy. Okay. So what is to the right of the field of view? Nothing. Oh well. See, this is where, yeah, so you've been using Mosaic site. Actually, let me, before I bring that up. Oh, plate solving failed. I wonder if this is actually obstructed right now. Because I moved the telescope. So maybe it's obstructed. In which case, plate solving is going to fail. Continue failing. Huh. So, well, this will be an interesting test. If it fails, yeah, it keeps failing. I wonder how many times it fails before it completely stops looking. But you can see the plate solve failing. So that's interesting. Yeah, I need to redo my sky view in. I need to redo my sky view in. Oh, it did claim it. Yeah, actually, that's so interesting that it failed. That it failed repeatedly, and just like it showed on the on the Sky Atlas on the Seestar, it's off to the side. So yeah. Well, I guess that was accurate. It's interesting. It failed 6 times, and then the 7th time it succeeded. Interesting. But yeah, so there's this I don't know if I showed it last time, but this Mosaic that Wiley site was mentioning. It's it kind of lets you pick a target, and so like in the case of the North American Nebula that I was talking about, I can enter that here, and it shows kind of the North American Nebula, and it's so I can pick. They have Seestar in here, so I can pick Seestar. It shows the field of view, and I can do like a 3x3 grid, and I can change it to the, where was that? It was, which drop down was it? This one, where you can look at the Mosaic grid. And so if I do a 3x3 grid with 20% overlap, I'm probably going to do 50% overlap. And so you can see, not bad. It covers a big chunk of it. So I just need to make sure that I enter this point correctly, this center point. I had a problem with the which is why I need to look at. No, see, I was going to do Crescent and then do the North American Nebula. So I need to look at I need to look at the coordinates. I just have to make sure I'm really careful with that, and hopefully, because this is going to be a big enough one, it'll still be okay. But yeah, so this is a very handy resource. If you have if you want to do mosaics, for those who haven't looked at it, it's a cool thing. And of course, I've gotten ideas from this of some things I want to do, but it's doing the same kind of lookup with the target, where I typed in NGC 7000 and it knew where I was pointing. And this is also kind of another resource. So I have a few thoughts on how to work on that. And actually, let me see. Go to operation. So yeah, Seestar. The other one is still, no, it finished. When did it finish? Oh, it actually finished before M12. I noticed M12 had finished, but M5 had also finished. All right. So that's fine. So then I can go ahead and maybe schedule this one to start on that the Crescent Nebula and NGC 7000. So, but let me try to check something. But first, yeah, the nice thing is you can find the coordinates in Stellarium and then put it in the AstroMosaic site. So yeah, you can, instead of looking something up, I can go say, okay, I want it centered on this star, and or like this object, and you can pick like fairly small like small things and get kind of the center coordinate, which is really handy. So what I'm going to do is so I want to find the Crescent Nebula. Well, first off, let me reset the time on here, make sure I'm looking at right now. I hate that when I have the dock on my Mac set to unhide. The problem is it's too close to these bottom menus on Stellarium. So, okay. So I'm going to go to NGC 6888, and that one is fine. And then maybe I'll wait until 11:30 and run NGC 7000. And I'll do how long do I want to let it run for? I'll let it run for 2.5 hours. Yeah, I think that'll work. So let's go back. Let me go back to NGC 6888. And I can go to the app and schedule it. So this is the one. So M5 completed. So I'm going to clear this schedule. I'm going to go ahead and run the first image, the NGC 6888. 6888. Like I say, these numbers really don't, I mean, this target name doesn't matter, but I like trying to keep it consistent. So 20 hours, 12 minutes, 8.5 seconds. 38 degrees, 21 minutes, 13.3 seconds. So we've got 20, 12, 8.5, 38, 21, 13.6. J2000, don't want to forget that. I'm going to do it half an hour. 80 gain. Definitely want to use the light pollution filter on this. You know what? I think I'm going to have it autofocus. Hopefully I won't regret that. Actually, you know what? I'm going to do a manual autofocus. This is on this Seestar, and there's a bright star in the field of view, so this would be a great place to do it. And the autofocus is 1517. Wiley's site is one of the things he's doing is that the API has a lot of functions that are in the app and some things that aren't even in the app. And he's working on kind of a new screen that's going to have a bunch of these kind of one-off commands. So that'll be handy. I'm hoping autofocus is going to be one of them where you can just kind of trigger it so I'm not having to switch back and forth. Although until we get a live view in there, it doesn't really matter. So it shifted a little bit, but I think that's okay. Let's see what it looks like when it finishes previewing. Does it look crisp enough? Really, I should probably manually do it with the batten off mask, but that's okay. It looks reasonably okay. I think we'll just go with that. And so I'm going to go schedule. So I'm going to submit. The scheduler is stopped. Okay. You have autofocus done for the scheduler, but what about a one-shot button command? Like what I just did where I triggered it before I entered the schedule. Although I suppose you could do it if you're trusting that it'll complete or not do something weird. Although they changed it because at one point, if it failed autofocus, it would end up just kind of wherever it failed. So it could be way off. And that was frustrating. And I think they changed it where if it fails autofocus, it puts it back to the same focus point. So at least you don't end up with some really weird focus. So I'm going to do this. So that's scheduled. And I'm going to wait until 35. So to give myself a little padding, I'm going to submit that. And so now we have a wait until, and now the main event is going to be NGC 7000. And it is, let me get the coordinates. I need to turn that off. I always end up bringing up the emoji keyboard when I don't mean to. Anyway, maybe I'm not going to try it. I wonder if you tried to name the target an emoji, if it would confuse the Seestar. I don't think I'm going to try that. So like what Wiley's site was saying, let me look at this. Let me actually look at the Astro Mosaic. It looks like the center is actually kind of here. So, wait. Oh, it's rotated. That's why. Yeah, okay. That's about the same position. So we'll go with that. All right. So I need to make sure I enter this coordinate. Actually, before I do that, let me check to see. Okay. Sorry, I'm just looking at this. So I'm going to go ahead and add NGC 7000, 20 hours, 58 minutes, 48.5 54 seconds. And 3 panels wide by 44 degrees, 19 minutes, 40.4 seconds. Since this is going to be a long running one, let me make sure I get this right. So 40, 20, 58, 48, 54, 44, 19, 40.4. Okay. I'm going to do a 50% panel overlap. I'm going to use J2000. And what total session time do I want to do for this? Let's see, 3600 is an hour, 7200 2 hours. It's going to start at like 11:35. So if I run it for, so 7200 is 2 hours, I'll be till 1:30 in the morning. I think I'm only going to run it till 2 in the morning. So 7200 and 1800, 9000 seconds. I'll do 9000 seconds. So that works out perfectly. It's 1,000 seconds per frame. That's easy. Light pollution filter, submit. So this looks good. Assuming this is all right. 100% overlap. 9000 seconds. LP filter J2000. I'm going to go ahead and start the schedule so that this can kick off. And I should be able to, so it's going to the object. Here it's kind of going along. So as far as the one-shot focus, it's on the list. Okay. No pressure. I appreciate all the assistance. There's a lot to be done. So the Mosaic planner in the Telescopius website. Telescopius Mosaic. Telescopius Mosaic planner. Sorry, I'm moving my laptop over a bit. Because unfortunately the monitor, I always run into this issue, this monitor that's off screen, it's obstructed by my laptop. So let's look at the, oh, you need to type in the Seestar specifics manually. So this looks like it is, so let's see what it's doing. Oh, it's trailing. Why? Why is it trailing? That's so frustrating. Oh, yeah. Okay, it stopped. Look at that. I can see it. It was actually dead center. Nice. Perfect. That's the Crescent Nebula, so it's going to be doing this until it'll be done by 11:35, and then it'll be on to the North American Nebula. So let's look at this Telescopius Mosaic planner. Planning mosaics 1 year ago. Yeah, so I'm really kind of keen to work on this, to do more with this mosaic, because one target in particular that will be a little later this summer is and then later into the fall is M31, the Andromeda Galaxy. Because if you look, oops, didn't mean to do that one. If you look, the frame for the framing is you don't get much of Andromeda. You only get just the core, and even if the kind of like if we like even in October, the framing is such that it's, well, and is that even above? That's above the horizon, but you're still not getting like a big chunk of Andromeda. So it'll be nice to be able to use, because I in the fall I did take some photos of Andromeda, and I got like, it's challenging here anyway, and I got some like bands, some of these dust lanes in the core of Andromeda, but you're not getting the whole telescope. I mean the whole galaxy, and you're definitely not getting M110, which is this little satellite here. So I'm really looking forward to using that, and definitely like right now. Well, this is below the horizon, but like later in the evening, it's yeah, yeah. But like if you started it, this is at like 3 in the morning or 2 in the morning. Like you're not able to get the whole. You're not getting much of the galaxy in one frame. So being able to do a mosaic would be pretty awesome. Uh, like if we look at this other one, like M31, yeah. Um, okay, I'll switch back to the telescope simulator. 2x5 mosaic should capture most of it. So we'll do two. Is it 2x5? Two. And yeah, I mean, it depends on the rotation of it. Um, like this is right now, but let me pick a like in August, late August. Yeah, it's about the same. But yeah, it'll depend on the rotation. Or actually, yeah, or maybe even 3x4. Wow, you could really go crazy with that. But yeah, it's 4x4. Yeah, 4x4 looks pretty good with 50% overlap. I guess it depends on the orientation of it in the sky. Um, like if it's just the right way, I think 2x5 would work. But if it's kind of like diagonal like this, but then again, 2x5 is 10 panels. This would be 16 panels, but it would get everything, or like the bulk of it. But yeah, that'll be next. Let's look at this telescopius. So the planner, um, telescope live. So, am I even looking at the right place? Oh, I think I know what we're talking about. Wait, am I in the right? Planning with telescopius. Huh. Let's see. So one of the advantages, even since I'm streaming to Twitch at the same time, is oh, okay. Since I'm streaming to Twitch at the same time, I don't have many viewers over there, but I'm definitely getting stream hours up. Okay, M14. Actually, it looks like M14 stopped. Or M10. What was it set to? Because I did. Okay, it's moved on to M14 now. You can see it's that the M10 was way off center, but it still hasn't refreshed the screen for M10, but it's starting. I mean, for M14, but it's starting to capture data. Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell, but it looks dead center right now, so that's good. So that is good. So telescopius.com, which I actually had running. Oh, that's pretty. Veil, the Veil Nebula. So let's look at. I'm gonna look at North American Nebula, and okay, telescope simulator, astrophotography, got it. Okay. So I'm guessing you would have to, oh, and then it has mosaics. So I can do a 3x3 with a 50% overlap. Oh, you can download the CSV. That's cool. And you can import Mosaic. See, if they're doing it, we should be able to do it too. Actually, I'm gonna just look at what this Mosaic CSV looks like. It is okay. So it has the pane. It gives them a name. It has the right ascension declination. It has pane width, pane height, overlap, rows. So really, it's only the first three things you would need. You don't necessarily need the width or the height, or overlap like that. You don't need that to drive the grid. So yeah, that's cool. So, but that's for my equipment. So it's got, okay, yeah, so I can go 250 millimeter, aperture 50 millimeter, no Barlow. But it doesn't know the size of the, okay, it's because the sensor size is, I have it set up in Stellarium. So if I go in here, sensor, I have it set to 5.57, 3.13, 5.57, 57, 3.13, and I can do 1920 by 1080. And actually I need to flip it like that. And boom, there you go. Yeah. Yeah. That resolution. Yeah, the telescope simulator. Yeah, so this looked pretty good. This actually looks similar to what this came up with for NGC 7000. And I'm going to go back to 3x3 on today, more or less. And so let's see what this, so that, yeah, it looks pretty similar. I mean, it's, yeah, it looks, did I mess that up? I messed that up. Are you kidding me? Oh no, it's just, it didn't, it ended up collapsing. Okay, this looks, oops, this looks about similar. Yeah, looks pretty much, because I'm like looking at these stars and these stars are right here. It looks like it's pretty much in complete alignment. But yeah, so that's a handy thing, something to check out, and it's got a lot of options. That's cool. Telescopius. I'll have to remember that. But yeah, because I don't know if, like, does this one do the downloads of the, oh, I guess it's got the coordinates. No. Yeah, it's got the coordinates down here for the panels, but I don't know if it lets you dump it out as a CSV. Yeah, not sure that it offers that. Whereas this will, the Telescopius will let you dump it out as a CSV, so that's handy. Cool. Cool. All right, well that's good to know. Let's go look at back to, so M14 is running, and you can see it's a little off center, but not terribly so. This one is definitely a lot yellower. I mean, a lot of them are old stars and globular clusters, but still, that one, maybe because of these some of the white stars in the field of view, but that's cool. So let me see. Okay, so I'm gonna go back to now. I'm off screen. I'm looking at Stellarium again, and this is what do you call it? Sorry, I'm trying to switch back. Yeah, so you can see the crescent is coming along nicely. I think that one I'm only doing for half an hour until in 18 minutes. It'll be done within 18 minutes, and that's when it will move on to the North American Nebula. And M14 is only a 20-minute exposure. It's a few minutes in. It's only 20-minute total time, not necessarily 20 minutes of data. And that will be done in 10 minutes, 15 minutes or so. And then it moves on to M56, another globular cluster. So I'm going to pause and take a drink of, I think I'm going to do the Gatorade. Okay, so that is, so so now the globulars are up to M14, and so it'll run for maybe half an hour more. By midnight, it'll be done, and the North American Nebula will be running until 2 in the morning, which I'm not going to be live streaming until 2 in the morning. At least I'm not currently planning on it. But that does leave the other one free, the one with the globular clusters, after about midnight. So I could do the Veil Nebula, but let me see what we can look at. I'm definitely open to suggestions. Again, though, my highly challenging sky, like this is just ridiculous. Like of the entire sky, I can only see this. I mean, this is an artifact, but like I can only see that. So let's see. So I have it set to now. It's interesting that M13 is still visible, but of course the problem is that's too high in the sky. Anything above like 80, I mean theoretically it's only 85, but in practice it starts really struggling The Seestar starts struggling when it's really close to the zenith. So let's see. Let us see what we want to see. What we want to see. And I'll do it till midnight. I'll advance time. Not if we could turn back time. If we could move forward time. So okay, I could do the veil. I could try to get Mothra. Oh, that sounds dangerous. We don't have Godzilla around. Ring Nebula. I did that. I've done that. M57. Actually, it has this astronomical calculation, so I can go look up Messier objects. Messier catalog. Whoa. But is it actually visible? Oh, yeah, see now. Wow, barely. Well, actually, that's interesting. M4. I wonder if I go ahead and try that. Actually, what I should try to do is some of these ones that are kind of in this valley. And since I'm doing globular clusters, maybe I'll do that. Maybe I will do that. I'll try M4 next. Because I'm pretty sure I didn't get that one because it's so low. Globular. And then, actually, let's see what else is in this little kind of trench. M80 is also a globular. I think I'll try M80 first. What did I just say? M4. Okay, I put it wrong place. Okay, M4. But I think I'll try M80 first because these are very challenging for me. M19 as well looks. These aren't Messier objects, are they? This is M62, the flickering globular. M62 is a globular. I might do short exposures on this. Maybe I'll do like 10-minute ones. Just kind of roll through a number of them. M19 is a globular. You get a globular, and you get a globular. We all get globulars. Well, so that's cool. If I do, maybe even, because like if I look at M14, like that's with 10 minutes of data. So, or not quite. So M14 is 7.6 magnitude. So some of these other ones are about the same. So I could probably get away with, in the interest of just trying to get through a bunch of them tonight, maybe I'll just do short exposures. So this one is an NGC. We'll skip that. I have M19, this one. And are there any more over here? What's this one? No, that's not a Messier object. Okay, well, so let me go back to the astronomical calculator. See, this is a very handy way of seeing. So M4, M5, M9, is, did I do M9? I can add M9 to the list. I'll add that after these others. M9 is a globular. And I did M10. M11 is an open cluster, I think. What is it listed as? Open cluster. Yeah, I'll skip that. M12. Did I do M12? I did not do M12, but oh no, I did M12. That was first thing. M13 I did, or I've done previously. M14 I did, I'm currently doing. M19 I added to the list. M26 is, M26 is also another star cluster. I'm going to skip that for now. Dumbbell I've gotten. Cooling tower. The only reason I'm just intrigued by the name of that. I'm sure it's not as interesting as they always have more interesting names. M39. That's another open cluster. I just wanted to see. Actually, that one looks kind of a bit more open. Okay, salt and pepper cluster, another open. Okay, globular M56. Where is that one? M56. Oh, I've already scheduled that one. That's going to be the next one after M14. I've done M57, M62. Did I do M62? Oh, and that's also down in this area. Oh, I added it to the list already. M71, I don't have on the list. Where is that? Okay, that's a little fainter of a globular, but we'll do that then, because that's 71. And then M80. M80's on my list. 92. Did I do M92? Oh, I had I haven't scheduled it yet, but I'll schedule M92. And then M103 is an open cluster. M107. Oh, see, look, this is going to be blocked, but like an hour later, nope. 2 hours later, nope. Oh, right. Yeah, so I'm going to skip 107 unless maybe I do that first. Well, no, that's not going to work because it's about to, by the time this, the one telescope is done, it's going to be obstructed and it's going to be out of commission. So these are all the ones at midnight. So let's see at 1 in the morning what it looks like. Okay. Ptolemy's cluster. And actually, at this point, I can start getting like the Lagoon Nebula, actually. You know what? I'm going to do the Lagoon Nebula. Like, at what point is that going to be visible? Yeah. So at 1 a.m., I'm going to go for the Lagoon Nebula because that I have not gotten a photo of. I've gotten a photo, and this would be another thing that would be nice to do a mosaic of, because like you could get the Trifid in one shot, and I've seen some people's results that have. Do you have them on equatorial mounts? No, I have them on all. They're just default mounts. you can see this is just kind of an upward view of them. They're just on like a couple of sky watcher tripods, and that's it. I do want to do equatorial mounts, but I haven't as of yet. Actually, it looks like it's the other one's going to M56, so that's good. So M56, so the lagoon will be at 1 a.m. 1 a.m. And then and let's see, are there any nebulas that I can get? Clusters. Oh yeah, and then it's interesting because Trifid is listed as cluster with nebulosity. And then Eagle. You know what? I've gotten Eagle, the Eagle Nebula, but I haven't gotten the Omega Nebula. Let's see what that looks like. Do I want to do the Omega Nebula? It's about the same brightness as the Eagle Nebula. And it's more compact, so it would, let's see how it would do in the Seestar's frame of view. Yeah, that's nice. It would completely fit. Do I want to do the Omega Nebula? M17? Maybe. Maybe. So I'll put that down as a maybe. Omega Nebula. But honestly, I think what I want to do Lagoon first. Or do I? No, I'm not gonna push my luck and try to do a mosaic of this because it's so constrained, and the problem is Trifid's too far away for me to get enough data in my horrible skies. So, oops. Let me see. Sorry. Lagoon at 1 a.m. By 2 a.m. it's gone. So I'll maybe I'll just stick to half an hour. Yeah. Yeah. I'll do half an hour of Lagoon, and maybe I can do some more of the Trifid Nebula. And then that one kind of gets obstructed. Actually, maybe I won't really have time to do the Trifid Nebula. It's only in this, they're both only visible in this kind of narrow, kind of almost trench between buildings where they're only visible for a little over an hour. So I won't do Trifid, but I'll do maybe I'll do 35 minutes of Lagoon. I'll do half an hour, 30 minutes, and then I'll do what did I say? Omega M17, and that looks like that will be, oh, actually that one when does that get obstructed? Actually, I won't have much time to get that one. So maybe, I guess I'll just do the, I won't get to the Omega Nebula because I want to get a little bit more time of, on the Lagoon Nebula because it's so low. So what other ones do we have here that might have nebulosity that might be planetary galaxy M110? Oops. What? Oh. Wait. Oh, that's interesting. Supposedly, what, where? Sorry, I'm trying to figure out. Okay, so Andromeda briefly becomes visible just after 1 a.m. here, but only barely. And just for a little bit before it goes behind another obstruction. And it won't be until after 2 that it's really kind of clear. So I don't think I'll do that. I think what I'll do is, oh, and then M35, or it's 835. So see, it's already moving on to the first panel of the North American Nebula. Because it kicked off at 11:35, and it did. I mean, that was the schedule, and it went ahead and did it. So let's see. Okay, cool. And you can see some of the nebulosity. Let's see where the frame is. Okay, so it's kind of doing this panel first. I think we figured that it goes from top to bottom, but then it goes the next one, or it goes the far left one. I forget. But you can see this one doesn't have a lot of nebulosity in here except near the bottom, and so you can kind of see. I don't know if it comes through on YouTube, but I can definitely see kind of, it's a little redder down here. And I think that's the nebulosity. So let's figure out the next batch here. Oops. And so M110, I'm not going to get to that. And this was like at 1 in the morning. I want things to do actually about 1:30. And I think that might be my last target for the evening, because I'm only going to run both of them till like 2 in the morning. Okay. Oh yeah, so M31 Galaxy. M32. Is that one of the satellites? Yeah, it's one of the satellites. Yeah, it's this little thing. So I could potentially, but I'm not sure if I want to waste time, because this might not be real. This might like I need to redo the horizon line. So so 2:15 Andromeda becomes visible, but yeah, earlier with obstructions. Yeah, so theoretically it becomes visible here for me for a very narrow window, like like around 1, but then it goes behind another building until like later, like till, well, no, maybe it's not behind the building that long, like after 2. Okay, so around 2:30 it re-emerges. So how big of a are you? I presume you're doing a mosaic. How big of a mosaic are you doing? I actually, I have a very nice photo of sorry, I zoned out for a second. I have a very nice photo of Andromeda that I did not take. I should put it up on the wall here. It was from another YouTuber. They have a much bigger channel than mine, and they're moving to France, and they were selling a bunch of stuff, and so I bought one of their prints of Andromeda. So at some point I need to hang that up, because it's a very nice print. Let's see. Okay. Let us see. So I'm kind of, I mean, do I do an open cluster? I guess I was kind of lukewarm about them, just because, I don't know, globulars are cool. But maybe I'll go ahead and do an open cluster. Why not? One that maybe I haven't. I like Ptolemy's cluster just because of the name. But that is iffy. That is very iffy. Yeah, and it's going to be disappearing at that point. So Ptolemy is out. Out of the running. Wild duck cluster. That sounds interesting. Actually, that looks like, for an open star cluster, that looks pretty reasonable. Wild duck cluster, M11. I mean, that almost looks like a globular for an open star cluster. So that's M11. I will do M11. And I think that is the one that I will do last on the other telescope. Wild duck. So that leaves us with, on the one telescope, the one that's doing North America now, it will have only done 3 targets, M5, the Crescent Nebula, and North American Nebula. But the other one will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 globular clusters, and a nebula and an open cluster. So that one looks like a good mix. I think what I'm going to do is, as soon as M56 is done on this one, I'm going to, which should be in the next 10 minutes or so. I figured it was before midnight. Then I'm going to start scheduling all of the globular clusters. So that's going to take a little bit of time, and then I'll kick it off. I'll do 10 minutes each, which, yeah, that would get me just about till 1 in the morning, or just past 1. And then I'll do the Lagoon Nebula for 30 minutes, and then I'll finish up with a wild duck to round out the 12-course photo imaging tour of and metaphor mixing of the one telescope. So 3x1 of Andromeda. Have I seen the Lego Andromeda? No. I'm going to look it up now. I must look it up. Lego Andromeda. Andromeda Galaxy Lego. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. Is that the one you're talking about? Although that's a challenge entry. I don't know if that's what you're talking about. Oh, it's Lego Milky Way. Lego Milky Way. Milky Way. Oh, wow. Wow. That is, I love stop it. Dismiss. I love it when they do that. But look at that. How many pieces is it? 3,000 pieces. Jeez. We have some pretty nice of the more involved Lego kits. Kind of like this. But like, look at that. Wow. That's a lot. That's interesting. Like, we have some of the architectural kind of ones. Do I post, are you talking about me? Do I post my results? Sometimes I show them on the YouTube channel. I've been wanting to get more of my stuff on this website, astrophotography.tv. Yes, I managed to get that domain. Surprisingly, no one else had. Um, and I had some. It's not there right now. I think I have it kind of off stream, but I had like at one point a kind of more of a catalog of all the things I've kind of imaged. Um, but I need to go through and I think reprocess a bunch of things because I've kind of, and I need to do a video about it. I've kind of redone a lot of my uh, I've redone a lot of I've kind of adjusted my workflow because I was doing much of much of the processing in Serial, and now I've switched it where I do like a lot of people have been doing recently using Graxpert. Uh, well, I do the stacking in Serial. I do Graxpert for um, the background extraction and noise, and I do noise reduction, and then I bring it back into Serial and I do the stretch and like sometimes I manually do the stretch, and other times I run through these scripts from another YouTuber, Astro Barbecue, and I've been pretty satisfied with those scripts. Like they either right out of the box produce a good result, or they produce something quickly that is because of the light pollution. Maybe because I overdid the gradient removal, or there was something else weird about the image, the script. Since it's just kind of automated, it ends up doing something weird, and then I'll go and manually process it using the workflow I usually would do, which was like not automatic histograms, but like GFS, GHS. I don't know why I always do say GFS, but the generalized hyperbolic stretch. And so I'll do that and kind of manually process it. And sometimes then I'll do a second pass in Graxpert. But yeah, that's kind of I've been wanting to go reprocess some things and kind of put them out here then. But otherwise, no, I haven't. I haven't so much. I should do it. I mean, that's why I did this website because I wanted to have it not just on the live stream because I don't always want to I don't always necessarily, it's not always worthwhile to do a full stream about it. It's usually more targeted. I'm using a specific target as an example, like I'm not necessarily showing the result per se. This one has been progressing very slow. It's only just now at 10 minutes. Or no, I guess it moved on to M56. Anyway, it's on M56. $90 for the lighting kit for that Milky Way. That's crazy. But I mean, some of those higher end kits are pretty expensive. So North American Nebula, this one is going to go for a while. So there's no point in even looking at that. I can maybe go look at the stats and just see how both of the scopes are doing. This one's down to 15. I think it was 16 when it started. This was 19. It's down to 18. I need to clear them off. Like I don't necessarily clear them off to 0. This is 65, 64 degrees, 63 degrees. I mean, it is kind of warm outside right now. It is, I mean, there's hotter places, but like heat advisory. Nice. Oh, only 95 tomorrow. It's 85 right now. Heat index is 96. Ugh. Yuck. Oh well. Yeah. Heat index 109 tomorrow. Yeah. So actually, yeah, I don't know if I'll be able to. At one point, Astrospheric was showing tomorrow might be a possibility here, but maybe that changed. No, it's still claiming. Still alleges that it might be good tomorrow night, in which case I'll probably do another brief live stream since it's a Sunday evening and people don't necessarily it's late and stuff. Monday looks like it's out. Tuesday, Wednesday. But yeah, this is the kind of weather I'm usually dealing with. It's a lot of clouds in our opportune times. Oh, I was here on the schedule. So this it's on M56 now, and as soon as this is done, I'm going to start scheduling a bunch of globular clusters. And let us see what we can see. Sometimes I see something out of the corner of my eye, and not sure if it actually did anything. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, but the temperature is 60 degrees Celsius. Yeah, and they're fully charged because I have them plugged into a, oh, why does it say, oh, did it just finish? It just finished. Funny enough, this says scheduler is stopped. It's because it just finished. Funny how that works. Yeah, scheduler stopped. Nice. Okay, cool. So it's just it hadn't updated the screen yet, but I see that it's not recording anymore. On this one, you can see like the image still hasn't cleared, but the little recording spinner on the bottom is stopped. So that's good. So I can clear the schedule. Well, let me reload this one just to make sure I don't. Yep, it shows it's stopped, so I can clear it. And now we enter a bunch of stuff because I am going to, let me go look at my notes. We're going to start off with, I'm going to have to get this going. And I'm going to go now. And the first one is M80. Oh, that's kind of cool. Which one is this one? I have a feeling this is another one of those things that looks really neat. Like that nebulosity there. Okay. The Antares. That would be cool, I think, if I did it in a dark sky, not here. Okay, so M80. And I'm going to immediately run these. Actually, I'm going to close this part so I get the whole screen. So I'm going to do a single shot image, M80. I need to make sure I do the J2000 switch. So 16 hours, 17 minutes, so 3.63 seconds. And minus 22 degrees, 58 minutes, 37.1 seconds. Definitely use J2000. I'm gonna do 10 minutes for all these. I'm just gonna do 10 minutes because I don't think I'll need that much time. So M80, and then next up is M4. M4. Okay. Oh, that looks like a nice one. So M4 is 16 hours, 23 minutes, 36.49 seconds, minus 26 degrees, 31 minutes, 36.4 seconds. Just double checking my numbers. Use J2000, 2,600 seconds, 80. There, I've got M4. And when is M4? M62. Oops. That one's this tiny one. So, image M62. And Wiley site, if you're seeing how I keep having to switch back to the tab, and I'm sure you've run into this, I am starting to think that maybe I need to, or we need to go ahead and change. I was talking about like you were talking about having it redirect to a specific tab, or to the endpoint that reflects the tab. I think we're gonna have to do that anyway, because it's annoying having to continually have to do that extra click to switch back after you submit. Okay, so this is M62. Let me double check that I'm pointing at the right thing. M62. Great. Okay, submit. I'm going to queue up 6 things here. But first, so there's, the next lunar eclipse is partial in September, but then total is in March. That'll be cool. Yeah, I mean, after the solar eclipse, I was kind of wanting to do another lunar eclipse, but like there was a fairly weak one, like right after the eclipse or right before, 2 weeks before, and it was like I didn't even bother. Plus, I think it was cloudy. Oops. So let's rock on. So that's M80. I've got M4, M62. The next one is M19. So you can clearly see that it's not too bad, especially from the point of view of, you set this up and you could go to bed, and it'll just kind of run throughout the night, taking photos, and without having to invest a lot of money in gear compared to traditional kind of automated setups. But it definitely could have some improvements on the workflow, and this is definitely making me want to improve it. 16 minutes, 6.9 seconds, another 10 minutes, 80, and submit. So we're on M19, and then let's do M9 next. M9. That one's not too bad. M9, 17 hours, 19 minutes, 13.12 seconds, 18 degrees, 30 minutes, 59.4 seconds, J2000, 600, 680, submit. So we're up to 5. Yeah, the weather was bad. No, that's cool. So you've run it all night, 3 or 4 nights since the automation. Yeah, that's great. I need to do that. And what I was thinking is, now that I've got both of them set up with the automation, I could really, like, the next time we have some really good skies, like after a front comes through and it's going to be clear for a couple of nights, like the first or second night is usually the best. And I need to just set up both of them and let them run all night. Do like work on that North American Nebula, and then do Andromeda, like just kind of let it go. And I've also thought, since I have 2 of them, I could have both of them pointing at the same target at the same time. I mean, and this is where having the schedule, being able to dump it out, could really be handy for doing the same target over multiple nights, either Mosaic or non-Mosaic, but also if you have more than one telescope, to be able to load up the same schedule across multiple telescopes. Because there's some people on the Discord servers I know that have 3 at least 2 people, including the author of the automation, have 3 Seestars. So I think that would be cool. I could get it going. So let's see, M71 is, let's see, so we've got M71. This is great because I'm going to knock out several more Messier objects that I hadn't gotten. I might have some of them, but I don't think I do, because I was kind of going through a bunch of the Messier objects like over the winter before the eclipse, and then the eclipse kind of was a big it kind of took a lot of my mental bandwidth for a while. 1953, 47.81, 18, 46, 43.9. Use J2000. I should make that the default, or maybe not. So now M71. Yeah, we need to add being able to delete, because this would be a major drag if it fails. So M92, and then I don't know if I'm going to add the rest of them, like the Lagoon Nebula. I might just go ahead and manually schedule that when the time comes. So M92, so this will be the last one to schedule as part of this round. Let me see. Will this even be visible? Okay. Okay. Oops. Whoa, what did I just do? I went kind of, okay, so sometime after 2 it'll go away. Okay, so I don't have to worry about that one. M92 I will enter, and that will be the last one, and I'll be able to kick off the scheduler, and we'll let that go for a bit. 17 hours, 17 minutes, 9.13 seconds. Declination 43 degrees, 8 minutes, 14.6 seconds. 17, 17, 9.13, 43, 8, 14.16. Yeah, so use J2000, 600, not 6,000. So this, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 objects. So for the next hour, this will be running. And this is on, just started my 3rd panel on the Western Veil. That's awesome. Let me see where I am here on North American Nebula. I have 9 panels. It's already, I'm confused, but it's already on the second panel, I guess. It's a few minutes into the second panel, because it was going to do 1,000 seconds per panel, 9 panels. It'll be running for another 2 hours. So 1,000 seconds per panel. Not like, wait, did I do the math on that wrong? No, it's just over 15 minutes. Less than 20 minutes per panel. So that makes sense why it's already kind of on to the next one. Okay, so this one's ready to go. I can go start that one. Let me switch that. We're going to go to, what's the first target? It's M80. So I'm going to toggle it, but I'm going to switch to the phone first so we can kind of watch this one starting to move. Yep. So that's good. I entered the coordinates correctly. It's claiming that it's going to go M80. And and it should be heading that direction. Let me switch to this view so we can kind of see. We can see where it's okay. Plate solving completed, succeeded. It's interesting. It's like the UI is a little bit behind, but it does say it's go-to is finished, and it should. Oh yeah, and so you can see the telescope view updated, and you can see the telescope on the right is pointing basically towards the north. That's the North American Nebula, and the other one is pointing more south, I guess. So plate solve succeeded. I'm just waiting for this one in the middle to update the screen. Oh, sometimes the this USB cable sometimes comes loose when I pick it up. Now it's weird because it's showing the globular to the left, but I don't think it's updated. Like the atlas claimed it was in the center, but sometimes it's weird. It'll be like the UI will be kind of like when it's doing this enhancing and it hasn't quite gotten the frame to show, even though there's another part of the system that's telling it's already up to almost a minute of data. Hopefully this will be more centered once it updates. And it's about to update. Hopefully it'll be centered or close to it. Yeah, right on, almost dead center. Great. So the coordinates are good. That's always the, I mean, I double checked it when I was entering it, but that's always a concern that you get a little off, which again goes to the whole, you know, adding automation to mitigate and reduce the odds of that happening. So this was going along nicely. We're up to 11 minutes, and it's only spending a little over 15 minutes per frame. So it should actually be moving on soon. Can I resize this window? No. In the background, you can see the script. Actually, that might be something to add some of the logging to the front end, so you can kind of see what's going on. I don't know, maybe. Yeah, let me see. What else? Yeah, it's looking good. Looking good. But yeah, I'll probably, because it's making progress, I'll let these globular clusters go. They'll go for like 10 minutes. And I mean, 10 minutes each. So at some point after, like in another hour, I'm probably going to switch to Lagoon Nebula. And then that'll be kind of it for the evening, because this North American Nebula one's going to run all night. See, this is why. Oh, this is, this actually, like this particular part of the nebula. What is it saying here? Seestar B stops stacking. Okay, see, look, it's already going on to the next panel of the Mosaic. So that's great. You can kind of see it's go to operation, plate solving finished. Yeah, like those are all like background diagnostics that you don't need to usually worry about. But yeah, this has it. I always like watch to see if it's if the time updates, because that means it's got one frame. Yep, it updated. Great. So, um, but yeah, I was starting to point at this one that like the frame uh was kind of, I guess it was getting this area, and it was, I mean, it was only, it wasn't that long of an exposure, but there was detail there. And I think if I process it in serial and stuff, it'll look good. But I'm definitely going to be doing this on future nights. Um, like if it's good tomorrow, I'll run it tomorrow. Um, but but again, it goes back to the workflow would be nice, being able to load in um, previous things that you've set up. Um, and also another thing that would be nice, I was thinking, Wiley site, like before we worry about uh, trying to edit an entry, I think if we just had the ability to save the current schedule and load it, that's all we would need. Because if it's wrong, if you make a mistake, you just, before you start it, you just save it, edit it, and then load it like in an editor and then load it back in the corrected version. And then we wouldn't, because the API, so you set up this for what I'm talking, for those who aren't necessarily following what I'm talking about, because that wasn't clear. This schedule, so I set up 7 entries in this schedule, and if I had messed up any of them, I would have had to, unless I wanted to just kind of go with it, I would have had to clear the schedule and start over. And because the API right now, the thing that's behind the scenes for this web app is it doesn't support editing a specific entry in the schedule. You can clear the schedule, you can add items to the schedule, but you can't remove or replace. But if we just had the ability to dump out what's in the schedule, then you could just, save it out, clear it, go edit the file in a text editor, and then load it back in. And then that wouldn't require any back end changes potentially. It could all be done in the front end. And since we want to do that anyway, maybe we'd work on that next. And if you're watching this now or after the fact, and you have done web development or Python, feel free to contribute, because it's very the community's people are very interested in collectively making this better. So all help is welcome. So let's see, we are up to yeah, so we're on M80. That'll run for 10 minutes. That's the other thing that would be nice. It would be nice to have some kind of visual feedback. I need to add that to the list. Let's see, visual feedback on schedule. Visual feedback on schedule. So you know where you are on the schedule, because it'll run through the whole thing, but you don't necessarily know where it is just looking at it. Like right now, I'm looking at my phone, and it's still on M10. But it's, I don't like, once it moves on to M4, there's no straightforward way to tell where it is. Let's see. but it should be moving on before too long. This is going nicely. So we're already on our third panel. So that's good. This is there. I'm going to take another sip because my throat's, it's just dry. All right. So is I always forget to ask this, but besides Wiley site, is anybody else watching this at the moment imaging anything tonight? And if so, what are you imaging? Okay, so wait, what? Oh yeah, so it confused me because it said finish mosaic, but those images, the individual images, are just one by one mosaics. So it's M4 is the next target, and you can see it's moving on to M4. The logs say go to operation succeeded, plate solve succeeded, and so the screen hasn't updated yet. So that was the last frame on the previous target, and we are getting close. Plate solve succeeded. Just waiting for the screen to update. Yeah, so it's on the second one. Just finished imaging M51. That's great. M51. I get lots of ideas on things to do on other nights by people's when people say what they've been looking at. M51. Oh, whirlpool. See, that's again, it's the perennial problem I have at my house. It's centered. Can you tell? No, because it's blocked as usual. Yeah, you can see it's been blocked for all evening, I think. I don't know, is it even visible at all now for me? Because it really only starts getting dark here. Like the sun sets at 8 something, and it's only after 9 that it gets dark. Dark enough to image a lot of things. And so you could see it's M51 from my backyard is not visible at all now, like maybe for a few minutes just before, just at twilight. Oh, cool. Yeah, I mean, like I could image it if I didn't have if I didn't have all these obstructions. But the problem is like there's houses and stuff around here. So like here's the horizon down here. So potentially I could, if I had, because Houston's so flat, if I had totally flat skies, it would be visible here till past like almost 4 in the morning. It would get to the actual horizon. But unfortunately here it's already blocked by a building. So I'm but yeah, M51 I did like a month ago, I think, when it was still kind of doable. Yeah, like a month ago it would at twilight it would still be I still got some data out of it. And I did get some, but I wanted to get more, and then because it was either cloudy or full moon, and like I did get some data of it, but it wasn't high quality. So and now it's blocked by buildings. Oh, yeah, yeah. I'm actually pleased that I'm getting anything tonight because it was really windy when I was outside earlier. I don't know how windy it was. It was pretty windy. Like, um, What does it say? What is the weather? Oh, that's not bad. It was windier earlier. It says only 7 miles per hour, but it was like, it was really gusty. I'm not sure if but that was right around sunset. That was right after sunset. It seemed really windy. Um, yeah, I'm in Houston, Texas. Um, so it was breezy until sundown. Yeah, that's the way it was here too. Funny, it's almost like we're in the same state or something. Um, even though we're yeah. So M4 is coming along. Um, um, so that is good progress, and so that'll go for a few more minutes, and then it'll go because the total time is only 10 minute um, total imaging time, and it's already up to almost 3 minutes of data. So it's got a few more minutes, and then it'll move to the next. Yeah, yeah. It's like we're in the same state. Um, but yeah. What else? M M. Anyway. Sorry. Kind of was zoning on that. So that is progress. Now what else? Um, let's see. Yeah, sorry. I'm just trying to figure out. See, this is the downside of all this automation. I could potentially kick off a live stream and or kick off automation and then like just just kind of chill. um, but what now? I think I was going to look at the log. Yeah. But yeah, this is making progress. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, unfortunately, um most everybody I would know lives in Bortle 8 or 9. Nobody's has um any like really dark skies. Now, I didn't fully take advantage of it. Next time I totally need to do that. Like you talked about how you do you go to some of these dark sky areas and go camping, but what was it? It was let me look at the light pollution map. We went to we had a bunch of family members ended up what in the world? Had ended up renting a place in Bandera, Texas. Uh, and what was the Bortle there? And it was technically outside of Bandera. So I think it was in this area. Like yeah, so that was Bortle 3 cuz it was really dark there. I mean, and plus there wasn't even like cell coverage out there, or it was like barely any cell coverage, which was kind of a problem. Um, it was somewhere around here. Like we were outside of town. We were off. Oops. Did I just? I hope I didn't close that. Okay. We were. Um. Because there's a Medina River here, and we were somewhere. Oh, was it here? I didn't think we were in town. No, we weren't. We weren't there. I don't think. If we were, that was a Portal 4. Um, but it was really dark out there. Yeah, I'll have to look, but it was outside of Bandera, and like some of these areas are like it gets to Bordeaux. It's very dark. Yeah, Bordeaux 3 out here, and it's dry, so the skies were really nice there. But yeah, so it's basically we drive through San Antonio and then you kind of go um, out. But then if you get even further out, like, I mean, Junction, there's like a lot of stuff there. But if you just get outside of Junction, or like when you're driving on I-10 out here in the middle of the night, it's kind of freaky because there's very little traffic. Like, so there's so I-10 of course goes from Jacksonville, Florida to LA, and it goes through Houston, San Antonio, and El Paso. And then there's another one, I-20, that comes from Dallas Fort Worth through Abilene into Midland. And I've found that basically this stretch of I-10, once you get out past maybe Kerrville, until you get to I-20, because the I-10 traffic coming from like further east along I-20 through Dallas, if it's going further west, like to New Mexico, Arizona, California, it joins I-10 here. Like, and it's a weird area because uh, it's out in the middle of nowhere, and yet these two interstates come together, and it's a surprising amount of traffic at times, and it's like it's very desolate area. It's really kind of interesting. Um, but this stretch here, like past Sonora, Fort Stockton, it's very quiet, especially if you're driving at night. And you can tell like the skies are like, yeah, Bortle 2 at times. And so it's just weird. It's a weird area to drive through because there's like no lights anywhere. And I remember driving out there and there had been like a storm, like a winter storm, and I was on I-10 and I didn't see another car for half an hour or more, like going the other direction. So this is over like tens of miles, um, like not a car. Uh, it's very, very freaky. I mean, for the US, it's, or for a major interstate, and considering how densely populated some areas are on, I-10, that part is just kind of, uh, yeah, it's not a great area of if you're tired because there's like no stimulation. That was the other thing. I remember it kind of surprised me because it was back in the day. I had you have like an FM radio and it can scan for a channel, which you normally don't have to do in the city, like or in an urban area. It doesn't go far. But I remember hitting scan and it was just scanning like the whole FM dial, and it just kept going and going. And I recall I forgot about it, and then like an hour later, it finally found a channel or a station somewhere, and then it startled me. And I remember I was somewhere and I heard some radio station, and it sounded like a guy running it, and then he like signed off for the evening and shut down the radio station. I'm like, wow, we're I'm it's a very remote area. Um, yeah, I mean, this was before satellite radio. So when we got our first car and it came with like a satellite radio trial, I was like, that could be handy because you don't even have cell service through some of these areas. Like this was an area, um, like now this was 20 years ago, but I remember I was on T-Mobile and basically you'd get past San Antonio and you'd have no coverage. Like it would just stop. And I remember driving all out in West Texas and like I had no coverage for like a few days. And even then, once they fixed it, there was this area around Big Bend in Big Bend National Park that had no coverage. Because I remember like they were talking about putting up a cell tower. Like all the carriers, when you looked at like their coverage maps for the whole country, there'd be coverage, and different areas might have, dead zones, but like none of them had coverage here. Like none of the like Sprint, T-Mobile, AT&T, Verizon, none. There was no coverage there. And this was earlier in the 2000s. And I remember, I don't even remember what year it was, but I remember them talking about, they were debating, or there was one company was going to put a tower like at the park. But like there was no coverage. It was a freaky thing. I remember, yeah, anyway, um, I actually ended up in, I didn't own it, but I ended up briefly in possession of a satellite phone, and it was helpful when I was out there, because like I was out there for a week and I wouldn't have had any coverage at all, no data, no cell phones, nothing. Yeah, it's very remote. Um, and even then, like even today, you go up I-10, there's areas where you'll lose coverage for a bit. But yeah. Okay, let's see where we are on that. But yeah, satellite radio was very, very handy on some of the longer road trips we did, especially through a lot of those areas through Texas, New Mexico, chunks of Arizona and California. Like the part, as you come into California on I-10, like some of those desert areas, it's like very little coverage. Yeah, so it's already, so it had 9 panels to do. And does this mean it's on the 4th one? Maybe. Yeah, if it's on the 4th one. Because I saw like 1-1, 2-1, 3-1. Or does it mean it's on the... Where is it? Okay. Okay, so it did the 3 down and now it's doing... Okay. Yeah, so that's making progress. I did 9 panels. I hope I didn't miscalculate it. It's fine. If it finishes early, I'll do it again another night. Meanwhile, I've got on M62 4.5 minutes. So that'll go for a little bit longer and then it'll move on to the next globular. But yeah, it was the one thing that was really cool, like yeah, like technology's improved, like with Starlink and some of the other satellite internet things. They have really good speeds from what I've heard. And those will work just about anywhere. I mean, like within the continental U.S. Yeah, so this is I mean it's really grainy, but you can see some nebulosity there. And yeah, so it's going to be kind of, there's going to be a dark area here and here. And yeah, that's what I see. See a dark area here and then here, and then there's a little bit of nebulosity at the top, so that checks out. So yeah, that's progressing. But yeah, I like Fort Davis is Bortle 2. What I think is funny is because Fort Davis is such a small town, like in Fort Davis, it's like Bortle 2. maybe Bortle 3, but like in town, it's so lightly illuminated, and it's a small town. Yeah, but then you get kind of outside of town, and it's it's just yeah, it's a little bit darker, but you get down to here in Big Bend, like you can see this line here. That's where it becomes Portal 1. And look at the artificial brightness. Like like if you look at what is it? What town is this? Um, what town is this? So that's Fort Stockton. This is Alpine. Is that Marathon? I think that's Marathon. Marathon, Texas is like Bortle 4, and some of these areas are like, but you can see the boundary here. Um, yeah, see, like there's a lot of Bortle 1 around here, but like this area. Oh, so what I was saying is like, look at the artificial brightness. So you see zero point 0.5 micro, said candelas per meter squared. And the SQM is 22. And this is in a Bortle 1, like between Alpine and Marathon. I think it's Marathon. Yeah, because there's Marfa. So I think it's Marathon over here. Anyway, so you see some level of artificial brightness, but it's still considered Bortle 1. But you get down here and it's like no brightness, no artificial, like zero. It records zero. Um, so this would be a real spectacular place. And plus there's a there's a campground here, and it's like over a mile above sea level. Um, okay, so M62 finished over here. Yeah, dark side, dark. Sorry, I'm trying to bring up the thing, and it's oh, dang it. Oh, I think my hold on. I've run into this before where my the thing I have running the hold on. I've got to come up with a better setup for this at some point. Please stand by. Okay. I have this very convoluted setup, but like the on-screen overlays are come from OBS, and they come from OBS, and the computer that ran them is it wasn't plugged in, and it ran out of power, and so that's now it's back. I was wondering why I wasn't able to bring up the chat. Anyway, let me try to. I have. Hold on a second. Okay. So, yeah. Oh, that's cool. You're imaging M62 now. Yeah, Jeff Davis County is a dark sky sanctuary. So yeah, it has to be dark. One of those places where they have certain kinds of street lights and other stuff. So it stays dark, which is nice. So M19, we are on M19, and sorry, So we're on the fourth target, and we have 3 more to go on that's Seestar. And yeah, one thing I have ideas, especially if I'm doing more of this kind of scheduled streams, or not scheduled streams, more of these kind of automated sessions of like you can pull data off the telescope. And I think I showed this before, um, where you can go look at, yeah, hopefully that doesn't go too slow. Hold on a second. If I hide sidebar, okay. So you can see, this is one of the Seestars I connected to, one of the 2 Seestars I have running, and this must be the one doing the mosaics, because you can see these NGC 7000. So I've done, oh, so these were 2x2 ones, and these are the ones, no, these are other ones. Okay, these are the ones I'm doing tonight. I forgot I had named these other ones. I'd added a suffix of how big the mosaic is, but these are the ones I didn't add at this time. So it did 11, 12, 21, 31. So it's on the 5th panel. And the ones where there's actually a directory have completed. So 12 is still in flight, but like 11 finished. And so I can even look at the stacked result, the on telescope stack result. But like I had been like some people had been talking about like other ways of doing it, and maybe I would only want to do it if I have rsync working, or sorry, I would only want to do it if I had better network connectivity to these telescopes, because what I want to do is basically kind of copy the subframes off. So like 12 is still in flight here, and here you can see all the subframes. It's taking a while to load over the network, but there's a lot of files. But if you can kind of incrementally copy off the frames, then you can live stack it outside of the Seestar software, but like using desktop live stacking software. And so I've wanted to do that at some point, just to perhaps produce a higher quality result. But that's another idea for these kind of live streams, observing live streams. And also I want to, yeah, I have other ideas. There's a motel and sky park in Marathon. Marathon. Oh, okay. Nice. Marathon Sky Park. Oh, that looks amazing. That looks really amazing. I mean, like, there's lights there, but still the fact that the Milky Way looks like that is, actually, I like that. I need to check that out. Okay, Seestar B is, okay, it's going on to another panel. Did I miscalculate? No, I didn't. Because it's gotten, and see, you didn't see this, but it finished out this panel, and it started, which one did it start? Oh, maybe it hasn't started yet. Okay, go to finished, plate self succeeded, and so it should be maybe 22. Yeah, it's going to be 22 next. So we should see a directory. Yep, see right there. New directory showed up, and this is the first frame. So see, it's like being able to automatically synchronize that to a computer and then live stack it. I think would be cool. And see, like you can see the files showing up as it takes them. Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of cool. You can just see the directory growing for that panel. Um, but yeah, I think that would be a cool, an interesting thing to be able to do that, and then maybe do some additional kind of processing, like maybe doing uh, uh, drizzling. Like I maybe do that to try to get higher quality. Um, so that's interesting. An interesting point. Um, but Kai seemed to indicate that those thumbnails are for the UI. So when you go into the app and you pull up, you like look at the, well, let me go look at that. Not let me demo. Um, so basically, so this is imaging. If you go into that album and you pick, so you see all these images here. These images, he was saying, are coming from an API call to the Seestar. Well, if I look at the Seestar ones, it's making an API call that's returning the thumbnail links. So those underscore THM JPEGs are there for this UI apparently. He's like, I think we were looking at it and you could see the thumbnails returned by the specific API call, and the JPEGs I think are for when you pick, like if I go click on this one and then look at it, it's downloading the JPEG. It's not downloading the fit file. So like that just downloaded the JPEG. So he seemed to like it's annoying, but I guess that's they had their reasons for it. To but yeah, you're right. It would be nice if they hid it or put it in a thumbnails directory. And so, funny enough, while we were looking at that, it's already moving on to the next target, M9. But yeah, it's so apparently that's the reason. It's not, doesn't help us if we're for those of us who aren't, especially if we're not using the app or not using the app to look at the, like I almost never look at the photo album through the app. I typically, even before the automation, I would take the photos, I would watch it live stack. It would save the finished stack to my photos. And so I never really went into the album in the Seestar app. I would actually just go, I would plug my Seestar into my computer and dump all the fit files off, but like the non-stack like the individual subframe JPEGs and thumbnail JPEGs, I never ever use those, but I guess they're there for the app. So but yeah, so let me move this off. Yeah, I know it's there, but I really haven't used it. I really haven't used it. I always, like I say, I always just copy the stuff off with a USB connection directly into my laptop because it's so much faster. So much faster. How are we doing here? So we're up to Um, we are up to, yeah. Yeah, if you're watching this and you haven't liked it, please feel free to like it. Because it does help. Helps the channel and in many ways. So don't forget, please like. Um, I'm not. It's not just for my own personal kind of psychological need. It's because it helps. I typically copy over this SMB share. Yeah, I usually don't. I usually do a hard copy, hardwired copy. I don't know why. I guess just because of the what do you call it, the arrangement I have, like physically, where when I bring the telescopes in, they just happen to be sitting really close to a computer or a desk where I often have my laptop or where I'll sit with my laptop. So it's just a matter of kind of pulling it over, moving it a few feet, plugging it in, and copying it. It's more uh, robust. And the problem is like the access point anyway is upstairs, so the connectivity, the signal isn't like max strength. Um, yeah, kick it off and go. Yeah, usually I just do it locally, hardwired. I think I've done that ever since I got it, but like I say, it doesn't help that the Wi-Fi isn't fantastic for bulk data copying. I've tried it a few times, but I always would stop. Um, so M9 is going, and the other one, we're on the 5th plate, and it's up to 30 frames of data. I still have the directory open and I'm watching more files show up. I should stop that because it might be slowing it down. Oops. Oops. So what else? Let me turn on the sidebar. All right. All right. Cool. But yeah, so one of the things I want to do is kind of do alternate live stacking outside of the Seestar app, and that would also kind of eliminate the need of having to bring up the like how I have, the Seestar app here so we can view it live. If I could robustly, reliably synchronize the Seestars to my computer, then I could just live stack locally. But that's another project for another day. But yeah, this panel's coming along nicely. I mean, I need a lot more data, but I think, and I've said this before, but I had a smaller panel. I had a 2x2 panel, as you saw from that directory. I think I'm going to stick with 3x3 panels of the North American Nebula, and run it as many nights as I possibly can to try to get. I mean, I did 1,000 seconds per panel. I think if I did 3 or 4 nights, more nights like that, I could get, over an hour or it wouldn't be an hour of frames, so maybe even more than that. But if I could get like an hour of data per panel, I think I'd have a good level of a satisfactory level of detail, especially given the terrible conditions that I always talk about here, but they are terrible, skywise. Let me see. What was that? I'm just gonna make a note of that. I need to get better Wi-Fi so I can live stack. I know, what do you call it? Like Wiley site has a access point, outdoor access point near that he had installed before the Seestar. That came in handy. So I need to do something like that so I can maybe then I would actually well, because if I had that kind of Wi-Fi and I was basically copying the stuff as it was taking it, then I wouldn't even have to do anything after I was done taking photos for the night, because it would have been downloading it continuously throughout the night. So let me see what else. But yeah, this Marathon Sky Park looks cool. They have a motel. Yeah, I like that. They have the windmill. Although hopefully this isn't the level of lights they usually have. Maybe it's just for photo purposes. Yeah, that's cool. I'll have to check that out. I've stayed at places like that, but not in Marathon. Sky Park. Let me see the photos of the Sky Park. Hey, some of the things. Hey, somebody got some of the targets that, like, I'm not doing Trifid tonight, but yeah, this is what I was talking about on the road, where it's just dark. It's so dark. Yeah, cool. Oh, that's cool. The star trails with one of the old with one of the windmills. Yeah. Might be long exposure times. Funny you should mention that. My I think it was in Terlingua, my in-law, my sister-in-law, ended up and her family ended up going out there, and they were in the yurt. I got to hear about the yurt. Or maybe, no, it wasn't a yurt. I think it was a teepee. Like, yeah, anyway. Maybe it was a yurt. I forget. It was definitely, or maybe they didn't, maybe they had, yeah. Was that the place? We're going, I mean, see, this is the problem with having everything automated. I have to do other things. Terlingua yurts. And for those who don't know Texas geography, Terlingua it's in that area near Big Bend National Park. It's kind of a little, oh yeah, see, this might be where they stayed. This might be where they stayed in one of these in one of these. But yeah, I went to like watch some live jazz or something like that out there. It was interesting. Yeah, yurt rentals. Wow. Look at that. And like look at the landscape. It's very very remote. Oh, that's cool. The lightning coming down. Interesting. A yurt. But the nice thing is very dark skies there. Like if I look up Terlingua. Okay, we're going on to M71. I see it updating here, and I see the phone updating. Was it here? I think it's around here. But yeah, it's like super dark there. Yeah, Bortle 1 and 2. But yeah, cool. It's a cool oh man. Dang it. Look at uh uh-oh. Got some clouds. I just noticed on the all sky camera. It wasn't that way. Well, that might put a damper on things. Although it's funny because like it the one went to M71, this the telescope on the left, and yet it's it said it was able to what do you call it? It was able to plate solve. Um so that's interesting. I wonder how the North American Nebula is doing. Let me see. It's gotten 11 minutes of data, but like, where did all these clouds just come in from? That's frustrating. Yeah, that area is interesting, and there are some very interesting people out there. I've talked to a few over the years. Um, the funniest thing I ever remember out in that area, I think it was at Terlingua. We were like, it wasn't like during a normal it wasn't during a normal kind of um it wasn't during normal holidays. So it was pretty quiet out there, even more so than usual. Like there weren't any school holidays going on, and um it was it, we're kind of driving through this area, and we run across we saw like a Volkswagen thing at this little shop by the side of the road. I think it was near Terlingua, and it had some like stuff painted on it, and it was like they had basically like some chili cook-off out there. And we kind of get out of town, and there's like this RV park, or maybe it's not even an RV park, and there were like tons of RVs there. It was almost like it very much at the time it very much reminded me of some Mad Max kind of thing, because it was just the landscape was just so desolate, and yet there were this clump of people there for a chili cook-off. It was very interesting. But yeah, yeah, yeah. I was there when they were. I wasn't intentionally there when it was going on, but I was there when it was happening, or they were just starting, I think. And so I saw like the thing was the Volkswagen thing was the like the official car. Like I think it was part of the whatever the people running it. It was just it was very unusual. It was but it definitely just kind of adds to the whole quirky vibe of that area. Um, so let's see. Okay, so yeah, I'll have to see, and we need to. This might be. I need to see if these clouds are just a temporary thing, or because I'm seeing like plates solving succeeded, but then now it's starting to fail. And yet look, well, no, that's I need to refresh that. And see, look, it claims no clouds. And so why are there obviously a lot of clouds? So I'm going to let this go for a little bit. Yeah. Um, yeah. Yeah, and see that's what makes it. This is not the first time where like the satellite views even don't indicate anything. So I have no idea what that is. Like it's obviously clouds, but why isn't it like is it some kind of low, is it because we're near the coast? Like what direction are the winds right now? I think maybe that is the problem. Um Yeah, they're coming out of the south, which is the Gulf of Mexico. So again, it might be some kind of, and maybe that's why I've been having a lot of issues in the evening. It's like some some marine layer. Yeah, not let's not talk about chemtrails. I remember I remember a particular incident here that some people kind of lost their minds about. But anyway, um, yeah, like the M71 is struggling, and this, oh man, ugh, look at the banding on this from the clouds. Like this isn't normal gradient. This is because of clouds, and enough stars were shining through it that yeah, that is, yeah, stack fail, no doubt. Um, let's see where we stand. Yeah, I mean, if this keeps failing, I might have to just call it a night because clearly it was supposed to be. I mean, like you saw on Astrospheric, it was allegedly going to be good. It was supposed to be good all night, and even worse, it looked like it was going to be above average seeing later. It's frustrating. It's very frustrating because it was going along. So it's on M71. So let me look at my schedule here. So it got through the first 5, and then M71 it's only gotten like 40 seconds of data, so it's struggling with that. M92, that's fine. At least the one I'm probably more disappointed, frustrated is that I got 5 panels into the Mosaic, but I was going to have to do multiple nights anyway for that, so we'll let it go for a little bit longer, and maybe it'll clear. And if not, I'll have to try again another night. Maybe it'll be clear tomorrow night. Unfortunately, the North American Nebula, I really need to start that after 11 p.m. So if it ends up being like this again, because it claims that it will be, I mean, it's going to be below average transparency, but at least it claims it's going to be clear. And then it'll get above average seeing after midnight, supposedly. So, but it also claims it should be, well, actually, if you kind of squint at it, it says, well, no, that was at 7 p.m. Oh, no, that's tomorrow. Sorry. Like it says 0% cloud. It says 0% cloud. This is not 0% cloud. But yeah, it must be. I was pretty convinced it was a marine layer problem, and or I call it a marine layer. It's probably not really a marine layer, but anyway, because of our proximity to not only the Gulf of Mexico, but we're actually not that far from Galveston Bay, like where I am. So, so it's not completely surprising. It's just very frustrating. Like you get going and then suddenly this happens. But we were imaging, and we were making progress. But yeah, unfortunately, we're doing, wait, what happened here? Oh, see, look, it bailed on M71. This is what you were talking about Wiley site. Oh, okay, that's interesting. First Chili's cook-off in 1967. That's cool. And oh wow, so the Terlingua chili cook-off inspired chilies. Interesting. You learn something new every day. Um, but yeah, this is let me see. But yeah, it's frustrating because like it was doing a mosaic, everything was progressing. Although now the amount of data it's gone up. Did the clouds clear? Um, and you can see this one is going to another target, and it's having a hard time identifying it. It looks like they're thinning out a little bit, the clouds, but um, yeah, that's annoying. Let's see. Um, let me see. Uh, that's very, very frustrating. But let's see. Sorry, I'm just trying to check something here. Just checking something. Anyway, yeah, so maybe it's thinning out the clouds. It kind of looks like it, but that was quite a clump. It like basically caused that entire thing to fail. And it's still having a hard time trying to plate solve. But it's very, very frustrating. But yeah. Anyway, yeah, so it's fine. Maybe it is gonna clear. Did it? I hope it didn't fail the. I mean, it is pointing at a different point in a different location in the sky, so hopefully, um, that won't fail. Hopefully that won't fail. Um, yeah. So, let's see. So M92 is still failing, but it's not saying anything about the North American Nebula. So maybe that one's okay because it's you can tell it's pointing in a totally different direction in the sky. Um, how old is this? Okay, it's updating. Sometimes this is a bit slow, but I can go look. It's up to 4 minutes. So this one it's kind of recovered. It didn't completely get knocked out. Um, so that's good. So this is which frame is it? Okay, it's that frame. So that'll have some good nebulosity, hopefully. Okay, okay. Maybe there's hope yet. Because this is, okay. Well, so that's over. The one, uh, what do you call it? The one, uh, telescope it failed out. And so it wasn't able to, find M92, and so it stopped. So let's look at this. let's see. Let us see. Okay. So let me go into the scheduler, and so this is now done. If I refresh it, you can see it's done. So I'm going to clear out this schedule. Now I wonder if I should go ahead and retry. Actually, no. What I'm going to do is I want to see if the Lagoon Nebula is still a possibility. Lagoon. It might be. Now we don't know if there's clouds over there, but we can certainly try. So I'm not going to do a scheduled thing. I'm just going to do a one-shot image. I'll just do a one-shot image of Lagoon, Nebula, and we'll do M8, right ascension, 18 hours, 3 minutes, 38.42 seconds, minus 24 degrees, 22 minutes, 40.7 seconds, J2000, I'll do half an hour, 80 gain, light pollution, go. And actually go. The other go. Okay, going to target, and let's see how the live view is. Maybe it's cleared enough. So the one that should be moving is this one on the left. And yeah, so that will start moving. What else? Okay. Yeah, it's going to target. This hasn't updated. Okay, it's updated. You can see it's moving. Oh, actually, what would be funny? Oh, it did say plate solve succeeded. I wasn't actually sure. I started thinking because it's fairly low. I was afraid that this telescope, since it's a little taller, might actually be blocking it, which would be kind of ironic. Having two telescopes going and then one interferes with the other. It does claim it plate solved. Oh, is it like looking past it? Interesting. Huh. It did get 10 seconds of data, it said. It alleges. Kind of curious what it ends up looking like. Oh, and stacking has finished on the on that panel, and now it's going to the 6th panel for the North American Nebula, I think. Plate solve. Okay, that's good. That one's succeeding. So let me go to the phone. And it's collecting data, but it hasn't updated the screen, so we'll see what happens with that. Hopefully that'll update shortly. Let's see. Yeah, so this is okay. Be right back. I'll be here. Yeah, so this was kind of an experiment in several ways. It's I got both of the telescopes going through the same software, same control software, and also for the first time I'm live streaming on Twitch. Wow, that's a minute and a half of data. That already is showing nicely. Great. Great, great. Yeah, I'd wanted to get the Lagoon Nebula, but it's always too low in the sky here. So, um, yeah. But yeah, I definitely plan on uh, live streaming to Twitch more regularly. Um, just just because I can. Just because, why not? Um, and especially if I do more than a couple live streams a week, I think I'll do uh, kind of the extra ones only on Twitch because I don't want to um, kind of uh, clutter the my YouTube channel or like all my view history, and maybe I'll like certain ones I'll keep, um, you know, uh, like I'll do it like I record the videos separately so then I could always upload things if I want to, or if there's anything if there's anything of note that would be worth publishing. That's right. That's it. Yeah, so 2 hours and 2 minutes and 40 seconds. So I'm just, oh yeah, look at that. That's looking nice. That is looking nice. And it was pretty spot on. So that's good. So that's making progress. Now the um this one is saying it's that the plate solve succeeded, so that one should still be going. And it's only 20 seconds in, but that was frustrating because it ended up basically stopping 2 of the globular cluster photos, but that'll be for another night, I guess. Um, Let me make note of that. So that one, so it was basically failed. M71 and M92 failed. But the others succeeded, so that's good. So I got 4. So I got nine globular clusters tonight successfully, which is cool. And so now I'm doing M8, the Lagoon Nebula, and I was going to schedule like that wild duck cluster, but I might just go ahead and do that manually, because this will be done within like it's gotten 4 minutes of data, and I had done the schedule for, was it 30 minutes? Yeah, 30 minutes. So that one will probably has 20 more minutes, and then I could do a little bit of the wild duck and then close down the stream for the evening. I'm going to have a sip of water. Getting raspy. A long live stream after a long day. Not that long of a day, but yeah, at least it's clearing up. That was kind of a major bummer that all those clouds, but at least it's clear now. But like, what was that anyway? It's just like out of nowhere. Out of nowhere. Let's see. I'm gonna switch to the multi-view here, just because. need to resize this window. There we go. And okay, so that is going along. And yeah, this this M8 Lagoon Nebula, it's turning out nicely. I do look forward to kind of reprocessing this, like with Cyril and Graxpert and stuff. 2 more mosaics to go before I try an Andromeda mosaic. Yeah, I'm not going to be doing Andromeda tonight, but and especially with like this kind of weather where just kind of out of the blue stuff kind of starts rolling through. I didn't mean to rhyme that. But yeah, it's that's kind of frustrating. And sometimes like it seems like it's going to be clear, but it ends up and there've been plenty of times where it said, yeah, it's totally going to be clear, and the National Weather Service said it's totally going to be clear, and it was cloudy, 100% cloudy. I have no idea why. Just lucky, I guess. Yeah, but at least that the bulk of the clouds seem to have rolled through, but we'll see how long that lasts. We are starting to get you can definitely see more nebulosity here, and it's only 2 minutes of exposure, so that's pretty good. But then again, yeah, this is kind of a bright area too, so although I say that and then stack failed. But yeah. And how many panels are we in on this? We are looking at the directory. We are kind of a delayed update there. So it's on the 7th panel. So that's good. I figured it would go till about 2 in the morning, so it's tracking. That's good. So that is, oh, I said hopefully it blew through, but then there's a few more clouds coming. And if coincidentally it just had a stack failure, so I wonder, might be related. Now it's not completely clear, cloudy. Like I can see, I mean, not only is it blue, but I can see stars there, so I can tell it's pretty clear, except for that band of clouds moving along. And you can see it on the thermal camera too, like a little bit of the cloud. Although some of these don't register as much, though the thicker ones do, but these still kind of screw with astronomy, which is very frustrating. So is that moving? Like it's sometimes slow to update. Okay, it is. It is very slowly moving. So that's not fantastic. Yeah, and stack failed. Now the good thing is Lagoon is still going. That's up to 8 minutes. Yeah, I was on one of the one of the panels at the beginning, it was showing some weird banding. I mean, the good thing is the lagoon photo's still going. I mean, I only had a narrow window for that anyway, so hopefully, I mean, I want more data, obviously, but I mean, this is a pretty solid start, so we'll see how much further it gets before it starts failing a lot. Because that I don't know how big this new clump of clouds is. We'll see. Okay. 350. Is it making progress? Yeah, it got to 4 minutes. No, I was just looking at the North American, this North American panel. At least it's still progressing. The clouds seem to be moving slowly, like this latest batch. But the lagoon nebula is really low in the sky, to the right, from the left telescope. So it's still accumulating data. It's up to 9.5 minutes, and I only scheduled it for half an hour of data total. I mean, half an hour of attempting to get data, so we'll see how much it actually gets. But yeah, let's see. Yeah, and if you're watching this and haven't liked it, feel free to like it. Just because it helps on YouTube, and I presume it helps on Twitch, but I don't know. I don't remember if I set it to be a video on demand in on Twitch, or if it's just going to be on YouTube. Yeah. So Lagoon is still going. The North American Nebula is still adding data. And well, I say that, and then it did a stacking failure. So that's progress is occurring, but very haltingly. Actually, it looks like that whatever that clump of clouds is that's going by, it looks like there's it might be ending to the, like on the left side, it looks like it stopped. Yeah. Or at least there's a clearing there. So we're on the 7th panel of 9. So yeah, it'll be running for a bit longer. And then yeah, like I say, I'm depending on when this Lagoon Nebula one ends, I'll probably end it with the I'll end this telescope with what was it, the wild duck cluster M11. So that's where that will end. And the North American one will end either once it gets to the 9th panel, or more clouds roll in and it just completely stops. Hopefully it won't be that. Hopefully I'll get something from all 9 panels, even if it wasn't as much as I had hoped. It's certainly better than nothing. What else? Yeah. Just slowly. But yeah, it's I mean it is kind of nice to be able to I do want to work on this some more, the app. But I think tomorrow I will oh, this one's going on to the next panel. So it's going on to the 8th panel. So that means 200 seconds left. So just over half an hour left for the North American Nebula Mosaic. But yeah, I need to Wiley site had made some had pushed some updates. I'd pulled them down. I need to integrate merge his stuff with mine, and then I need to commit this and submit a PR. But that'll be tomorrow or later today. Because now that this is in place, yeah, it'll be. There's still a lot more to be done for to support multiple telescopes better, but it's certainly a start. 62. Yeah, it's just kind of moving along. Oops, didn't mean to do that, but yeah. So this is running, and what else? Up to 13 minutes on M8. Just started this one, although it hasn't gotten anything yet. I hope it's not running into, oh, it's doing that weird kind of drifting thing. Very annoying. That's a different annoying problem. Like, why is it doing that? Let's see what it's saying. Get device state. Like, why does it just keep moving? Which is yeah. I wonder if there's a way. Yeah. Yeah, it finally got something. But I do wonder if there's if there could be some way to work around it. Although really it feels like it's a bug that needs to be fixed. Plate solve succeeded. Like, look, another bunch of cloud. Or like, what is all this? I got 10 seconds of data and then stack failure. I wonder if it's because of these additional clouds coming through. But it is getting something, and now where is it? Is that where it is now? Okay. So that's the 8th panel. And we're up to 14 minutes on the Lagoon Nebula. And it's getting some stack failures. I wonder if it's having cloud issues or if it's starting to get obstructions. Because it looks like it's, yeah. I mean, it looks nice. I mean, it's got some good detail. let's see. So that is going. And yeah, it's interesting because like these look like contrails almost, some of them. um, Not chemtrails, but contrails. Um, let's see. I got Lagoon Nebula is at 14 minutes, and is it even progressing? Hmm. Hmm. Says the plate solves. Yeah, it depends on who you ask, the contrail or chemtrail. I mean, it's yeah. I'm not even going there on that one today. Not tonight. So it's still on 14 minutes. Yeah, I think these clouds are kind of wreaking havoc with things. Because the lagoon seems to be stuck at 14 minutes. Either that or it finally actually let me go look at Stellarium and see. Because like I say, this is not necessarily 100% accurate, but it's getting to the point where yeah, I mean it could already be obstructed because like this is saying 12 minutes from now it might be obstructed, but like that boundary isn't necessarily accurate because it has not progressed past 14 minutes. It is like stopped. And I don't think I'm going to do anything with that. I think I'm going to let it kind of fail on its own. Um, Fail on its own merits. Let me see. Let us see. Okay. Yep. Okay. So it's still kind of chugging along. Well, I said that, but oh, it did get 10 seconds more data. So maybe it was those clouds. Maybe they were interfering with the lagoon photo because it did go up 10 more seconds. Because unfortunately with this all sky camera, I can't see towards the south. I mean, I'm looking straight up, so I don't know what is off that direction. If it is some kind of if there's something there. I mean, like clouds. Yeah, it went up another 10 seconds, so maybe it was just the clouds. I mean, some of them were kind of heading that direction, and that's where it's pointed. So maybe we'll get another minute of data before it goes behind the building. But meanwhile, this one is very slowly. It's making negligible progress. And just one more panel. And it's only gotten a minute and a half. Yeah. Yeah, so after like a while where it wasn't making any progress, the lagoon is up to 14, almost 15 minutes. No, just hit 15 minutes. So let me switch to the Omni view. So we got got all the stuff, all the views. And yeah, so but yeah, the lagoon, we'll see how much longer it'll go before it'll just start completely falling apart. Although, yeah. Yeah, and that's why I kind of scheduled it for the amount of time I did, because I wanted it to stop before it started tracking into a building, because then that ends up, I mean, I can always process it, but I didn't want to have to bother. I mean, yeah, never mind. I end up processing out those artifacts anyway, but I just didn't want to deal with it if it ended up like really bad. Like when you end up with frames where it's still tracking because it finds enough stars, but there's a lot of like half of it is building. Yeah, so that's up to 16 minutes. That's going nicely. Yeah, and oh, that one is up to 2.5 minutes. You can see some nebulosity there in the center, and now the all sky looks pretty clear. So that's weird. And like this view, which panel is it on? It's weird. I would have thought it would be like in the middle. But yeah, just one more panel after this one. So not probably just in the next few minutes, the actually both of them, I think, will be done with, and then they'll be going on to the lagoon will just finish, and the North American Nebula will go on to the final panel. Oh, there we go. Scheduler stopped. M8 is done. That's a nice result. So last but not least, I'm going to switch to, I'm going to schedule one more thing on that telescope. Actually, that's one more thing, period, because the other one will go until it's done. So this is M8. We did M8. And so scheduler stopped. I'll clear the schedule. And then I want to go, we're going to do M11, Wild Duck. Wild Duck. These names, the names. Okay, Wild Duck. Some Santa sleigh cluster. But yeah, Wild Duck is, let me enter the coordinates. Image, actually, I'm not on, I didn't want to do scheduled. I want to do just that. Okay, so we've got M11 of 18 hour, 51 minute, 6.39 seconds, and then -6 degrees, 16 minutes, 10.6 seconds. Use that. How long do I want to do this one for? I'll do it for 15 minutes. 900 seconds, 80. It says, let me see what the field of view looks like. Yeah, it's a cluster, so I'll leave light pollution filter off and just go. And then I'll turn on the scheduler. And it's starting to go to the target. And bring back to this view. Plate solve succeeded. So M11. What's happening? So it's, yeah, sorry, it's like, yeah, actually it looks like plate solve succeeded. And what in the world just happened? Like, look at that weird artifact on the bottom. Like, why is there a white band there? Very strange. Yeah, I took a screenshot of it because that's a weird artifact. But it looks like so weird. It is getting some image, so it's up to 10 seconds. And now 20 seconds. Maybe I'll exit out of this and go back in. Okay, that's weird. That was a very weird artifact. But it's got up to 30 seconds, so it's making some progress. But it just needs to load the image, and so we can see what it's doing. We're up to 5.5 minutes for the 8th panel of the North American Nebula. And is it just not going to show me? Okay, it's about to move to the last panel. Yay. And yeah, so that's almost done. Okay. Last panel. And go to operation successful. So far I don't see much in the way of cloud, so hopefully this last one will go a little bit more smoothly. Because that last panel, it didn't get much of it. It's still trying to figure out. Oh, it's doing the drifting thing again. That's so annoying. Let us see. Okay, it got 10 seconds of data. Meanwhile, the M11 is up to 2 minutes of data and it still isn't showing anything. So yeah, like in about 15 minutes, I think we'll be about done. And maybe I'll actually end it after this M11 is done. Because the North American Nebula, it's doing a Mosaic, and we'll just let it go. Or I'll just let it go and start packing up stuff for the night. Let's see. So that's only got 20 seconds. M11 still hasn't showed anything on the screen, but it's It looks like it's trying to. Yeah, so that is that. Yeah, so the so far the Mosaic is going well. It's just the conditions aren't good as usual. Um, but if it's clear tomorrow, I will try again. Um, like I say, probably a short live stream, maybe just kicking off the Mosaic, um, and maybe kind of following up on some of these other globular clusters that I wasn't able to get. Now this looks nice. I mean, this is an open cluster, but it looks almost like some of the globular clusters. Not quite as dense as some of the globular clusters, but still pretty dense for an open cluster. I mean, it's pretty good. So that's the wild duck cluster. What are some of its other names? Because those are always very colorful. July salt and pepper. Yeah. Huh. Anyway, and let's see, where's this last panel? Okay, so it's here. Yeah, I mean, some of them are okay, but yeah, some of them are kind of neat. And this one definitely is one of the neater ones I've seen. Like the amount of stars in the cluster and just kind of, I'm guessing, background, or maybe they're part of the cluster, or it's pretty, and it's pretty big in the frame. Like it's not too big, but it covers a good amount of space on the frame. So that's neat. Um, yeah. So yeah, it's yeah. If you're watching this and haven't liked the video, I appreciate it if you would, just because it helps the channel and helps kind of keep things okay. um, but yeah, this is good. Um, yeah, that is true, because like a lot of the globular clusters are tend to be older, yellower, redder stars and like pretty homogeneous, whereas open clusters can have a variety of yeah, variety, some blues, some reds. Um, that always is kind of cool. Sometimes this thing doesn't fully go off the screen. Anyway, yeah. So this one's good. I'm glad I went ahead and went with the open cluster for the last one on this particular telescope, because yeah, it's not too bad. Um, yeah, and so slowly but surely, North American Nebula is last panel. I'm You can see some kind of detail here, but I mean, I'm gonna have to do several more nights of this mosaic to really get some results. And I also need to even see if how it even aligns up, because I'm not even sure how it aligns up. Um, but yeah, like let's see, M M11, and I did that. I only did it for 15 minutes, so really it should only go a few more minutes, and because it's already up to almost 6 minutes of data, so it's less than 10 minutes. Um, yeah, no, it's cool. at some point, it may be just I could potentially no, I can't. Is that a monochrome camera? Yeah, it's a monochrome camera. I was thinking I could actually get I have I don't have well, if I kind of shuffled around some hardware, I could have actually a third telescope going, but a non Seestar. Maybe I'll do that at some point, especially if I upgrade my the camera, because then I could have the two Seestars working on stuff, and then kind of have non-scheduled, or kind of going from target to target with the other telescope, um, which is yeah. Like I would probably use this 75 millimeter refractor I have, because yeah, it's a good one, and if I had a big enough sensor camera on it, that could have a good field of view. Not as much as like some of those, like the Red Cat, but you know, it would be something. It would be something. But then yeah, could have three telescopes going at the same time. Just why not? Why not? Yeah, so this is progressing. And what else? Yeah, so this open cluster is nice. Still some clouds. I see some more clouds coming in. Kind of frustrating, but hopefully it won't. Hopefully it won't wreak too much havoc with the remaining time on these two targets. Yeah, that looks good. I need to. What is that? Yeah, there's just some. It's like these weird high clouds, or not high clouds, but just kind of. It's enough to interfere, really mess things up, but yeah. But what else? It's getting late, so um, yeah. And I know it's like the heat of summer, but part of me does like the nice thing about the winter. I mean, it doesn't get as dark as early here as it does in a lot of, you know, like a lot of Europe and, you know, a lot of places in the US, but it is much earlier. And so if I do a live observing stream, I wouldn't have to do it quite so late. I could get a few hours in before midnight. Whereas now it's not really dark until 9 something p.m. I mean, which is still better than the I was watching some live stream from some people on a live observing stream, and they were in the UK, and like right now they have, I think they were saying in some areas they don't actually get out of astronomical dawn. Like that's as dark as it gets, because it's they're so far north. Um, so like they were having to stop at like basically at this time, or just a little bit past this time in the morning, because like it was already starting to get twilight again. Um, which is like that's kind of rough. I mean, it's nice if you're outside, you get nice long summers, but if you're trying to do observing its major drag. Oh well. But yeah, so yeah, these are progressing, but almost done. Yeah, it's too bad there aren't, like, I think some people are asking for timestamps in the logs because these logs aren't very useful. I mean, I shouldn't say they're useful, but if you're trying to do certain things like figure out when certain target started, um, that I don't know. Yeah, unfortunately, that does not show up. But almost up to 10 minutes, so I only set it for 15, so we're definitely on M11 stacking at a much better rate than then again, I mean, maybe some of the stacking failures aren't just clouds, but maybe like in the case of the North American nebula. Yeah, yeah, it'd be nice if it was in the console logs. Um, I guess oh, something just finished. It was M11 just finished. Um, you can see right here, M11 finished. Scheduler stopped. It got about 10 minutes of exposure out of 15 minutes of time, which isn't too bad. And so you can kind of see the final result looks pretty good. Yeah, I'm pleased with that. And look at some of the I mean, the whole star field has like a ton of, I mean, the whole field has a ton of stars. So that's nice. That worked out. That turned out nice. Um, so that really just leaves me with this. Of course, that ends up happening sometimes where it just partway, it just stops. Nope. This is what I wanted. Okay. Wait. There we go. Yeah, so the one is done. One is done. Or in the case of it's Seestar A is done. So that is cool. And actually, so what do you call it? So let me look at the stats for this one. Looks good. I was just curious how much space was left. So I can clear this schedule. Now there was going to be like a shutdown button added. I know Wiley site was working on that, but this one does not have the dew shield on it, so I can just go ahead and submit that. I'm just going to do a scheduled shutdown, and I'll turn on the scheduler, and the one on the left should start parking itself. But it's kind of the update, it takes a little bit of time to update itself sometimes, but it should have started parking. Let me look at the logs. It says connection refused. Oh. Yep. The app just lost its connection. Yeah, see you can, oh, and just in time there was some more clouds showing up, so You can see it's kind of blurring. Imaging M55 had the same obstruction issue, only lost 5 frames. Yeah, yeah. Oh, oh. So it killed my are you saying it killed my my Mosaic? Oh no, it just happened to have finished. Well, hey, that's good timing. Yeah. Well, hey, everything finished. Nice. Well, I mean, there were some misfires, obviously, but and actually, I'm not going to shut this down remotely because this one has the dew shield on it, and that would probably be not a good idea. But yeah, I think yeah, yeah, I think there's definitely some room for improvement. I think it works. I mean, for what it does, it works. I mean, it's given the amount of it, given the amount of people who've worked on it. I mean, there's several people who've worked on it, but it's pretty featureful for. I mean, it's a really solid start, and I think like the foundation is very solid, and some of it's just kind of refinement, like these kind of exceptions, uh, kind of handling that a little bit more gracefully. Um, but on the other hand, it didn't crash, so it's not like it was completely non-graceful. So, um, and now with the UI and like there's you know people are eager to add things to it. I think we'll make some good progress here, and I mean it won't replace like full feature kind of astronomy software, not even close, but it should provide enough functionality where with just this you should be able to kind of schedule several things overnight and kind of run through a bunch of targets and then shut everything down and have multiple telescopes going and run it on something like a Raspberry Pi and not have to carry around a lot of equipment with you. I mean, because the telescopes themselves are so compact. Um, yeah, I mean, I think we're off to a pretty solid start. But I think um, and like I say, I'll probably do a live stream tomorrow, maybe fairly short. Um, but it all depends on the weather. If it ends up cloudy, I'm not going to do anything tomorrow. Um, but if it's not, I might have a brief one after 9:30 p.m. Central Time. But yeah, thanks for tuning in. Thanks for watching. And I appreciate it. Appreciate yeah, and look at this more clouds rolling in. So it's good timing. But yeah, stay tuned. I'll have some more live streams and hopefully some more videos coming out here before too long. So on that note, everybody have a good evening or a good morning, depending on where you are. And see you in the next one.